Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story. I used to think the scariest part of hiking alone was getting lost. I was wrong. It was who showed up when I asked for help. My name is Daniel. I am 36. I live outside Dallas, and this happened to me 2 years ago in the mountains near Pagosa Springs, Colorado. I am not a park ranger. I am not an outdoors expert. I stare at spreadsheets all day in an office with buzzing fluorescent lights and a vending machine that eats your dollar every third Friday. That is the kind of person telling you this. If you are listening to this lying in bed, with your AC humming above you, or sitting in your car with the dashboard glowing and the radio turned down low, I want you to imagine how normal this all felt at first. I was on a work trip. I finished my last meeting early, checked out of the hotel around 3:30, and decided to drive up to a moderate trail the front desk lady recommended. I had a rental Ford, a half-charged phone, a bottle of gas station coffee, and that dumb, casual confidence you get when you think national parks are basically big, safe playgrounds with prettier trees. There was no storm. No missing person alert on the radio. No creepy warning from a local. Just a brown trail sign, a gravel turnout, and one other car parked in the dirt when I pulled in. A green Subaru with the driver's door standing open. If this was a movie, that door would have been my first red flag. In real life, I just shrugged, locked my own car, and started up the trail. I am sending this story to you now because I found out, way too late, that in those woods, they were not just watching for people who got lost. They were watching for people who thought they were safe. I did not decide to tell this story on my own. The television kind of dragged it out of me. It was close to 11 on a Thursday night, and the house was doing that tired end-of-the-day breathing thing. Our central AC was humming through the vents, that low, steady rush behind the walls. The overhead light in the kitchen was a soft, lazy yellow that made the dishes in the sink look more harmless than they really were. Out in the living room, my wife had the TV on, some local channel with a serious-voiced anchor, and every few seconds their words floated into the kitchen, blurred by drywall and distance. I was standing at the sink, hands in warm, greasy water, working through the stack of plates I had promised I would get to after dinner. The window over the sink was just a black rectangle, a reflection of my own face and the small, cluttered kitchen behind me. My phone lay face down on the counter to my right, screen dark, next to the bottle of dish soap and a damp grocery list. Behind me, the fridge rattled softly, its compressor cycling, on, off, a small mechanical throat clearing. The AC kicked up a notch with a low whoosh that I felt more in my chest than in my ears. It was the kind of ordinary noise you stop noticing after a while, until something cuts through it. New controversy over backcountry rescue fees in Colorado tonight. I did not catch the words right away. They slid into the room like any other background sentence. But my brain snagged on Colorado and rewound a beat too late. I stopped scrubbing, held the plate above the sink, water running. The anchor's voice leaked around the corner again. Several hikers say they were surprised to receive bills for thousands of dollars after calling for help in remote areas. Officials say the so-called cost recovery model is necessary, but critics argue the paperwork is confusing and the charges are misleading. The word paperwork landed in my stomach like a drop of cold oil. Not pain, not yet. Just a sudden, slick awareness. I turned the faucet down until the stream became a trickle, so I could hear better. The house seemed to lean toward the TV with me. Even the fridge chose that moment to click off, giving up its little background grumble. My wife flipped a channel, then flipped back. I heard the anchor repeat a phrase. A private partner company, Mountain Recovery Services, contracted to handle billing and logistics. That was the first real jolt. I did not see the screen, but I could picture the graphics in my head. Bold white text over a stock photo of a helicopter, maybe, or a mountain ridge. I could picture the logo, even though I had never seen it on television. Mountain silhouette, some safe dark green, maybe that same polite corporate font that had stared up at me from a piece of paper in a room full of buzzing lights. I realized I was still holding the same plate, soap bubbles sliding down my wrists. I set it gently in the rack and grabbed the dish towel, more to give my hands something to do than because it needed drying. One hiker from Texas says he never clearly agreed to the charges, the anchor was saying, and only learned about the fees when an envelope arrived weeks later at his home address. The kitchen light hummed faintly. The AC shifted cycles again. I could hear my wife rustling on the couch, probably reaching for the remote or her phone, paying half attention. That was the normal way to receive news like this. A passing headline about some stranger's bad experience. I should have been able to treat it that way. But hearing hiker from Texas in the same sentence as Colorado rescue fees and envelope did something to my heartbeat that no caffeine ever has. It did that ugly double kick, like it was tripping over a memory it had tried too hard to step around. I dried my hands, shut the water off, and leaned my hip against the counter, listening. Critics say the fine print on waiver forms at trailheads is hard to read and easy to miss, the anchor continued. In some cases, hikers claim they were never told those forms could be used later to justify billing, especially in situations where they did not directly request evacuation. Fine print, waiver forms, trailheads. I had not thought about the wooden sign at Elk Ridge in a long time. The cheap pen chained to the little metal clipboard. The way my name looked cramped and small between strangers' names on that register. I had worked very hard not to think about it. It had been easier to file that whole trip under dumb weekend decisions and let it gather dust behind more acceptable regrets. Officials insist the paperwork is clear and that partnering with private companies like Mountain Recovery keeps taxpayers from shouldering the entire burden of rescue operations, the anchor said. But some say the relationship between public agencies and for-profit partners raises serious questions. The phrase for-profit partners slid in after Mountain Recovery like the second blade of a pair of scissors. I felt an almost childish urge to turn off the TV, to shut the cabinet doors, to close anything that could let the rest of that sentence into my house. Instead, I walked to the doorway and leaned just enough to see into the living room. The screen showed exactly what I had pictured, a generic mountain backdrop, big white letters reading Backcountry rescue fees, and under that, smaller text, Mountain Recovery Services. A second later, they cut to B-roll of hikers on some tree-lined trail, faces blurred or turned away, then to a shot of a helicopter lifting off from a patch of dirt. My wife glanced back at me over her shoulder. "This you?" she joked, like she had any reason to think it might be. "Just watching," I said, and my voice came out a little thinner than I wanted. The anchor went on. In one case, a man who says he finished his hike safely was still billed over $1,800. He claims he never called for help and was simply escorted off the trail and asked to sign routine forms at a temporary command post. He says he did not understand that those forms could be used to charge him later. I knew that amount before she said it. My brain supplied it, crisp and perfect, $1,850. I could see it printed on the line, marked suggested contribution, in a font that tried very hard not to look threatening. The TV turned down the volume a little as the segment shifted to an interview with some suit from a state agency. I did not bother to listen to the justification. I knew the cadence already. Language about cost sharing, about responsibility, about a few bad cases overshadowing a necessary policy. A necessary policy. I wiped my hands again, though there was nothing left on them. My palms were dry and a little rough from dish soap and office air. They stung anyway. It would have been easy to keep pretending that what happened to me in Colorado was just a fluke, some one-off interaction with a couple of sketchy people playing dress-up as authority. For 2 years, that is exactly what I told myself. I told myself I had overreacted. I told myself the sheriff had it under control. I told myself I had been stupid to go alone that late in the day, and that the rest was just consequences working themselves out. But hearing the name of that company, mispronounced slightly, but close enough, coming out of the TV in my living room, backed by footage of mountains and official podiums, knocked that whole stack of excuses sideways. This was not just my weird cabin story. It was not something that lived only in my memory, and maybe in a single incident report gathering dust on some county desk. It was a model, a system, and I had walked into it like it was just another trail feature. The anchor wrapped up with a neat, practiced line about hikers urged to read all posted information carefully before heading out. The graphics faded. A commercial for car insurance replaced the mountain. The AC kicked back on with a sigh. The fridge started its soft, shuddery buzz again, filling in the silence. My wife switched over to another channel. A laugh track spilled down the hallway. I stayed in the kitchen, staring at the dark screen of my phone on the counter. After a moment, I picked it up and, out of habit, swiped through notifications. Work emails, a delivery promo, an unread message from my brother. Nothing from Colorado, not this time. But the past was already awake again, pacing in the back of my skull, waiting for me to finally stop pretending it was just a bad dream. I had spent 2 years trying not to replay that day in the mountains. Now, thanks to 30 seconds of evening news and a company name I never wanted to hear again, I was right back at the trailhead, looking at a green Subaru with its driver's door standing open. I know how this probably sounds already. Some guy from Texas hears a segment on the news, gets spooked, and suddenly decides his bad vacation memory is some kind of conspiracy worthy of a horror story. If that is what you think right now, that is fine. Honestly, a part of me hopes that by the time I am done telling you this, you still think I am exaggerating. That would mean the world is a little less twisted than it feels inside my head. But I need you to understand something up front. I am not sending this to the police. I am not sending it to a lawyer. I am not emailing an insurance company to see if they will cover Psychological distress encountered at fake ranger station. Police need evidence they can show to a jury. Lawyers need clean timelines and clear damages, and a defendant they can actually put a name and address to. Insurance adjusters need codes and categories. They need paperwork that lines up. What I have is not that. What I have is a chain of things that, taken one by one, could all be explained away as misunderstandings, or bad luck, or my own stupidity. A green Subaru with its door open. A man on a trail who knew my name before I gave it. A cabin in the woods with lights too bright for how unofficial it felt. A bill, a photograph, a line of text at the bottom of an email. None of that, by itself, is enough to put handcuffs on anybody. What I need is not a court. I need a record. I need a place where this exists outside my head and outside a single folded piece of paper in a drawer next to my stove. I need someone else to have heard it so that when I start to doubt myself, which I do often, I can at least know I did not imagine all of it from nothing. That is why I am writing to a horror channel. You do not need me to prove this beyond a reasonable doubt. You do not need Exhibit A and B and a chain of custody. You just need me to be honest, to tell the story the way it happened, and to let you decide whether it feels like something that could happen to you. Because that is the part that scares me the most. Not the cabin, not the bill, not even the idea that some company out there might be quietly making money off people's fear of dying in the woods. The part that really crawls under my skin is the realization that for most of that day, somebody knew exactly where I was, which trail I was on, what car I had, and probably how much room was left on my credit card, and I did not even know they existed. If this was just about a bad hike, I would have left it on some forum under a throwaway username and moved on. If it was clearly a crime, I would have pushed the sheriff harder, hired a lawyer, made noise. Instead, it sits in this gray space where maybe it was technically legal, maybe it was not. Maybe it was a few opportunistic people abusing a real system. Maybe the system itself was designed with those opportunities built in. I do not know. That is the honest answer. I do not know where the line is between legitimate search and rescue cost recovery and whatever it was that happened in that cabin with the buzzing lights. I just know how it felt to be the one sitting in the folding chair, watching my own information come out of a printer in the middle of nowhere, like I had wandered into an office that already had a file on me. Let me back up for a second, because you probably want to know who is talking to you before you listen to him for 20+ minutes. My name is Daniel. I am 36. I live in a one-story house in a subdivision outside Dallas that looks almost exactly like every other subdivision outside Dallas. Same cul-de-sacs, same rows of mailboxes, same trash cans lined up on the curb Wednesday nights. I work in what they call business analytics for a mid-sized logistics company. That means I sit at a desk under fluorescent lights, stare at spreadsheets full of shipment data and delivery times, and try to convince managers that their late trucks are not my fault. I am not some hardcore outdoors guy. I do not have a Jeep with mud caked up to the windows, or a knife collection, or a wall of framed topo maps. Most of my exercise happens on a treadmill that faces a muted TV in the corner of my garage. My camping experience, up until the trip I am about to describe, was limited to a couple of backyard tents as a kid and one miserable college weekend where it rained the entire time. I am married. My wife, Katie, likes hotel beds and hot showers and room service. and I do not blame her. We take beach trips, city weekends, the occasional visit to her parents' lake house where the scariest thing is usually my father-in-law's grilling. We are boring on purpose. That is kind of the point. 2 years ago, my company sent me to Pagosa Springs, Colorado, for a 3-day site visit. They were talking about opening a small regional office there, and someone higher up decided it would be a good idea to fly one of the data guys out to look at traffic patterns, warehouse space, and whatever else you can wrap in charts and pretend it is insight. For 3 days, I did exactly what they paid me to do. I sat in meetings, nodded at things, ate boxed lunches in conference rooms with those humming ceiling projectors that give you a headache if you look at them too long. In the evenings, I went back to my hotel, answered emails, FaceTimed my wife, and watched whatever was on cable. On the 3rd day, my last meeting ended early. The local manager dropped me back at the hotel a little after 3 in the afternoon with an awkward joke about getting some mountain air before you go back to the flatlands. My flight was not until the next morning. For the first time that week, nobody was expecting me to be anywhere. That was all it took. One free afternoon. That is what I had. 4 or 5 hours of unscheduled time in a town surrounded by thick, green mountains that I'd only seen through conference room windows. I stood in the hotel lobby with my carry-on bag and my laptop case and watched a family in hiking boots walk in, cheeks red from the sun, talking about a waterfall like it belonged in a postcard. They looked happy in a way I had not felt in a while. There was a rack of brochures by the front desk. You have probably seen the type. Glossy trifold pamphlets advertising hot springs, zip line tours, scenic drives, easy family hikes. I took one without thinking too hard about it. The woman at reception circled a trail name for me with a pen and said, Elk Ridge Loop. It is pretty and not too hard. You will be back before dark. I went up to my room, dropped my laptop, changed into sneakers and a t-shirt, and told my wife on the phone that I would go poke around a trail for a bit. She made me promise to stay where there were other people and joked that if I got eaten by a bear, she was keeping my car. We laughed. I thought it was funny. I really did. That was the mindset I drove out there with. The casual arrogance of a guy who assumes that trailhead warning signs are like the safety card on an airplane. Good to glance at, not really meant for him. Things happen to other people. Other people get lost. Other people slip and hit their heads. Other people end up on those missing posters thumbtacked to bulletin boards and gas stations. Everything started with one free afternoon, a half-full rental tank, and a stupid belief that trailhead warning signs are for other people. It was a Friday, a little after 3:30, when the trip stopped being a spreadsheet in my calendar and started turning into a story I would spend 2 years trying not to think about. The hotel in downtown Pagosa Springs was one of those mid-range places that all blur together if you travel enough. The lobby smelled like burned coffee and lemon cleaner. A fake plant in a too small pot leaned tiredly in one corner. The carpet had that patterned, multicolored design that exists purely to hide stains, and it still failed. Somewhere behind the front desk, a printer whined, spat out a page, and went quiet again. I rolled my small suitcase out of the elevator and across the lobby, wheels thumping over a strip where the carpet dipped. The girl at the front desk barely looked up until she heard the handle click. When she did, she gave me that polite, end-of-shift smile you can see right through. "Checking out?" she asked. Yeah, I said. Flight's tomorrow morning. Just need to drop the room key. She took the card, clicked something in her computer, and told me I was all set. That should have been the end of it. I could have gone straight out to my rental car, found a coffee, maybe sat somewhere with Wi-Fi, and killed a few hours with emails and junk on my phone. Instead, when I turned to go, my eyes snagged on the brochure rack by the sliding glass doors. You know the one I mean? Tall, spinning, stuffed with glossy trifold pamphlets. Each one promised something: hot springs, historic tours, ATV rentals, guided fishing trips. And there, half hidden behind a brochure for a zipline course, was a slim, green one with a photo of pine trees and a blue sky. Elk Ridge Loop, it said in friendly white letters. I do not remember reaching for it. I just remember suddenly holding it, the paper smooth and cool between my fingers, a tiny rectangle of temptation. Is that one good? I asked, half to myself, half to the room. The front desk girl glanced over. Elk Ridge? Yeah, that one's popular. It's not too hard. Locals take their kids up there sometimes. You'll get a nice view if you go late afternoon. I flipped the brochure open. Inside was a tiny map, more cartoon than cartography, with a red line looping through a patch of green. Moderate, 5.2 miles, allow 3 to 4 hours, the description said. There was a tiny icon of a hiker and a note about carrying enough water and being prepared for changing weather. I pulled out my phone with my free hand and typed into Google, "Easy Trail near Pagosa Elk Ridge, Loop All Trails." The first result was exactly what I wanted to see. Stars, reviews, phrases like "well marked" and "nice payoff" at the top. The word moderate sat there, daring me. The thing about being an office guy who sits at a desk 10 hours a day is you start to get hungry for anything that feels like it proves you are not just that. You run a little farther on the treadmill. You say yes when someone suggests a weekend hike. You look at a brochure for a 5-mile loop and think, I can do that. I am not that soft. Trailhead's off 160, maybe 20, 25 minutes out, the girl added, seeing me hesitate. There's a dirt lot. You can't miss the sign. I thanked her, stuffed the brochure into my backpack, and walked toward the doors. The automatic glass panels slid open with a soft whoosh that brought in a breath of cooler, cleaner air than the lobby had any right to smell like. Outside, the sun was still high enough to paint the tops of the buildings in white light, but the shadows in between had already started to stretch. My rental car, a gray Ford Escape, sat where I had left it that morning, beads of dust making little constellations on the windshield. I tossed my suitcase into the back, paused, and then took it out again to leave in the hotel's luggage room. No point hauling it up a mountain in an SUV. By the time I climbed into the driver's seat, the decision was made. I just had not said it out loud yet. The engine turned over with a low rumble. I turned the AC down a notch and backed out of the parking spot, tires crunching lightly over gravel. The radio came on mid-song, some country track halfway through a chorus about revenge and pickup trucks. I let it play, a quiet undercurrent to my thoughts. Getting out of town was simple. Pagosa Springs is not big. I followed Main Street past a couple of restaurants, a gas station with 2 lonely pumps, a strip of small shops that all seemed to sell the same 3 kinds of souvenir. A banner across the street announced some future festival in cheerful, blocky letters. I caught a glimpse of the mountains between the roofs of the buildings, distant ridges backing the town like a painted backdrop. They looked soft from there, all blue-green and even. the kind of mountains you think you could just stroll up if you had the right shoes. I crossed a small bridge over a narrow stretch of river, the guardrail throwing long, cage-like shadows across the hood of the car. A group of teenagers stood on the bank with inner tubes, laughing, shoving each other, oblivious to everything except the water and the way the late afternoon sun turned it to liquid gold. The GPS on my phone perched in the cup holder, the voice calm as it told me to take a right onto US 160. The highway opened up almost immediately, 2 lanes of asphalt sliding between thick stands of pines. The buildings fell away behind me, replaced by trees and the occasional cabin tucked back from the road. The farther I drove, the more the world narrowed to the sound of the tires on pavement and the soft murmur of the radio. Service bars on my phone started to drop, one by one, like little warnings I chose not to read. The road began to climb, gentle at first, then steeper, with occasional signs reminding drivers about winter chains and runaway truck ramps. Guardrails appeared more often, thin silver lines between me and steep drop-offs falling quickly into dark patches of forest. Every now and then, I would pass a turnout with a small brown sign, scenic view, or the name of a trail, along with a car or two and maybe a couple of figures silhouetted against the sky. All I had to do was follow the directions. Turn left in 3.2 miles. Turn left in 1.7 miles. The voice was patient, unhurried. I wish I could say I noticed any sense of foreboding on that drive, that the trees looked wrong or the shadows felt too thick. The truth is, it just felt quiet, peaceful even. Like the world I actually lived in had melted away behind me, and I was driving into one of those postcards people stick on their fridge and forget about until the magnet slides. I almost missed the Elk Ridge turnoff. The sign was small and wood-colored, with Elk Ridge Loop burned into it in letters that had faded around the edges. A narrow dirt road veered off to the right, cutting between trees, the entrance half hidden by overgrown brush. The GPS told me calmly, "Turn right." I slowed, checked the rearview mirror, no one behind me, and eased the Ford onto the dirt. The smooth vibration of asphalt under the tires turned into a more irregular rumble. Gravel pinged up into the wheel wells, little stones clattering against metal. A light brown dust cloud bloomed behind me and drifted lazily over the highway I had just left. The dirt road wound gently uphill. Branches scraped softly along the sides of the car in a way that made me wince, even though I did not own it. I rolled the window down a crack. The air that came in was cooler than town air had been, smelling faintly of sap and something sharp and clean I could not name. After a couple of minutes, the trees opened just enough to reveal a clearing to the left. It was not much, a rough, flattened oval of red dirt with tire tracks etched into it, a couple of large rocks marking an edge, and a small dark brown building that I guessed was a restroom. A bulletin board stood beside it under a patch of shade, covered in papers flapping gently in the breeze. Beyond that, a wooden post held a trail map, its plastic cover catching the light. I pulled in, letting the car roll to a stop near the edge of the lot. The engine ticked softly as it cooled. When I turned the key off, the sudden absence of the radio and the AC made the world outside sound unnaturally loud. I could hear birds somewhere up in the canopy, a vague rush that might have been a creek, and the distant hiss of the highway I had just left behind. There were no other cars in sight at first. Then I saw it. On the far side of the lot, half tucked under the shade of a tall pine, sat a green Subaru Outback. It was angled a little strangely, not quite straight in any imaginary space. The driver's side door was not just unlocked. It was standing open a few inches, like someone had gotten out in a hurry and never bothered to swing it shut. The interior dome light glowed faintly in the shadow. From where I sat, I could just make out the shape of something in the back seat. A backpack, maybe. Orange or red. The windshield caught a shaft of sunlight and flared white, hiding everything else. I remember squinting at it, one hand still on the steering wheel, my brain filing the image under weird, but not my business. There were a dozen normal explanations. Someone had stepped behind the restroom. Someone had walked up the trail and forgotten to close the door all the way. Someone was just careless. If the news anchor had used a different phrase, or if the company name had been anything else, I probably would have kept that afternoon buried. But they didn't. They used almost the exact same words I saw printed on a piece of paper in a cabin I should never have walked into. Stepping out of the car was like walking into a different kind of silence. In town, silence meant muffled traffic and the hum of air conditioners, the distant thump of someone's bass bleeding through car doors, a siren far off on another road. Up there, in that little dirt lot at the edge of the tree line, silence meant wind and nothing else. The ground under my shoes was a faded red, packed hard in the center where tires had chewed it flat, looser and more powdery around the edges. Old tire tracks overlapped each other in rough, pale loops, some fresher than others. A metal trash can stood near the entrance, one of those bear-proof ones with a heavy lid and a complicated latch, its green paint flaking off in places. Beside it, a weather-beaten wooden sign announced, in carved white-painted letters, Elk Ridge Loop, 2.6 mi, one way. Someone had stapled a laminated warning under it about altitude sickness and sudden storms. The corners had started to curl. The little brown building I had seen from the car was, as I guessed, a restroom. Cinder block base, wooden upper half, a vent pipe sticking out of the roof like a short chimney. The door was propped open a few inches, held by a rock, and every time the wind picked up, it swung just enough to let it fall closed and thump back again. The sound was hollow, like a hand knocking on a cheap wooden desk. I locked my Ford with a quick press of the key fob. The car answered with a familiar double chirp and a brief flash of its hazard lights, a tiny bit of suburbia echoing against the tree trunks. For a second, the beeping seemed too loud, too bright in the quiet, like it might offend whatever lived naturally there. Then the sound faded, swallowed by the breeze threading through the pines. The air smelled different than I was used to, cleaner, sharper. There was the resinous tang of sap and something damp underneath it, the earthy breath of ground that had not been baked into concrete. The wind made a soft rushing sound high up in the canopy, needles whispering against each other. Across the lot, the green Subaru waited. Up close, it looked newer than my rental. The paint was that deep forest green color you only really see on outdoorsy cars and jackets designed to blend in. Dust ringed the wheel wells, but the rest of it was surprisingly clean, like it had not been parked there long enough to truly belong. The driver's side door stood open, just a handspan, the gap dark. The interior dome light glowed weakly, a tired eye that had been on for too long. I walked a little closer, not touching anything, just letting my eyes flicker over the inside. An orange backpack lay on the back seat, one strap twisted, half zipped. the top flap slightly askew, so a rolled-up rain jacket peeked out. A stainless steel water bottle had rolled onto the floor behind the driver's seat, lodged at an angle against the back of the front seat. On the driver's side floor mat, near the pedals, a single trail runner shoe lay on its side, heel half under the brake pedal. No loose papers scattered, no glove compartment hanging open, no obvious sign of a struggle. Just unfinished business. An exit paused mid-motion. I looked toward the restroom, half expecting to see someone coming out. Maybe a guy adjusting his hat, apologizing for leaving his door open. There was no one. The rock holding the door gave up its job for a second, and the door swung inward with a low groan, then thunked back against the frame when the wind eased. I checked the trailhead bulletin board next, grateful for something normal to look at. A glass-fronted case held a faded map of the loop, little colored lines showing elevation changes. Around it, photocopied notices were pinned up. Dogs must be leashed, hunting season dates, a warning about recent bear activity in some other drainage. A laminated sheet in the corner listed hiking safety tips in bold bullet points. Tell someone where you're going. Bring enough water. Check the weather. Know your limits. At the bottom, in smaller print, please sign in and out at the register so we can account for all visitors. The trail register itself was a metal clipboard bolted to a post beneath the glass, with a spiral-bound pad of paper clamped onto it. A cheap pen dangled from a fraying piece of braided string. I flipped the top page over with the back of my knuckles. The last few entries were from earlier that day. Names I did not recognize. Hometowns like Albuquerque, Denver, Austin. Groups of 2, 3, 4. Under time in were times like 9:15, 10:02, 11:47. No one had signed time out next to them yet. The columns on the right were mostly blank. I hesitated for a heartbeat, then wrote my name in the next empty line. My handwriting looked cramped and small next to the loopy, overconfident script of the previous entries. Under party size, I wrote 1. Under time in, I glanced at my watch. 3:52 p.m. and scribbled that down. The pen skipped a little. The ink was that watery black that never fully dries. On impulse, and maybe because of that weird Subaru with its open door, I pulled my phone out of my pocket and snapped a quick picture of the page. It was something I had started doing a while back whenever I signed anything important. A habit born from one too many instances of losing receipts at work. It felt vaguely paranoid and vaguely sensible at the same time. The click of the camera shutter was sharp in the stillness. I shifted my angle, framed the Subaru in my screen, and took a second photo. The lens caught the license plate cleanly, the numbers and letters crisp. It felt intrusive in a way I could not quite justify. I told myself it was just in case I came back down and the car was still there, door still open. The responsible thing, a just so I have it kind of photo. The wind picked up a little, sending a chill under my t-shirt. The pines tossed their heads and whispered to each other above me in a language I would never understand. Somewhere in the distance, a bird called, a single, questioning note that went unanswered. I glanced around one more time. The lot was still empty, except for the Ford, the Subaru, and me. No other engines, no voices, no crunch of tires approaching. The highway was invisible from where I stood, shielded by trees, and its noise, what little there was, came through as a faint, steady hiss, like ocean waves heard through a wall. There is a specific kind of unease, that comes with being the only person in a place that is obviously meant for more than one. A parking lot is a social object. It implies company, sharing, other cars pulling in and out. Seeing it almost empty, with one abandoned-looking vehicle and no human bodies attached to it, made something small and primitive in me sit up and look around. Maybe the Subaru's owner had just run up the trail for a quick look and would be back any minute. Maybe they were behind the restroom, out of sight, taking a call. Maybe they had gotten a ride out with a friend and left the car there on purpose. Maybe. There were a lot of maybes, and every single one of them was more rational than anything my imagination was trying to sketch in the dark space behind that open door. I took a breath, the air cool in my lungs, and decided to accept the easiest explanation. Not my business. I put my phone back in my pocket, adjusted the straps on my small day pack, and locked the Ford again, even though I had already done it once. The car beeped obediently. The refrigerator hum of its cooling engine faded as it settled. The dirt path leading to the start of the trail cut away from the lot just beyond the bulletin board, a narrow ribbon of lighter soil between clusters of grass and low scrub. A small wooden post marked it with a simple arrow pointing up into the trees. I gave the Subaru one last look. The soft glow of its dome light, the dull reflection in its side mirror, the open mouth of that driver's side door. Whoever you are, I thought, you are probably already ahead of me. And then I turned my back on it and started walking up toward the tree line, telling myself the same thing people always do, right before a story goes wrong. It is probably nothing. The first few minutes of the hike felt like stepping through a membrane. 1 second, I was in a parking lot with painted signs and a bear-proof trash can and a car that could take me back to town in 20 minutes. The next, the lot slipped out of view behind a bend, and it was just dirt, trees, and the thin, trodden line of the trail unwinding in front of me. The path started gently, a gradual climb that my legs barely registered at first. The soil underfoot was a mix of packed earth and scattered gravel, small stones shifting and crunching under my shoes with each step. Someone had placed a few flat rocks in the muddier spots, like improvised stepping stones, but the ground was mostly dry that day. It had rained earlier in the week, I could tell from the smell. The air held that rich, loamy scent of damp earth, slowly giving itself back to the sun. Sunlight slanted through the trees in long, soft beams, catching the dust in the air and turning it into faint, floating threads. The lower branches were just starting to glow with that late afternoon gold that photographers chase. Higher up, the crowns of the pines were still a steady green, swaying lazily against a pale sky. I checked my Apple Watch out of habit. It buzzed a little, as if pleased to be doing something more interesting than counting steps between my desk and the office coffee machine. My heart rate hovered in that comfortable, slightly elevated zone that all the fitness blogs insist is good for you. I flicked my wrist to see the step count, then dropped my arm, feeling faintly ridiculous for bringing a small digital reminder of my daily grind into a place that had managed just fine without Wi-Fi. My phone was in my pocket, All Trails map already downloaded. Every few minutes, when the path bent or split around a fallen log, I would pull it out, glance at the little blue dot inching along the red line, and then put it away again. I think I checked more than I needed to, not because I was worried about getting lost, but because I was used to verifying everything. In my normal life, Nothing counted unless it was measured and time-stamped. Up there, though, the numbers receded behind more immediate things. The air, for one. It was cooler than I expected. A thin, crisp coolness that sat on top of my skin, rather than driving into my bones the way winter cold does. Each breath tasted faintly of pine sap, that sharp, almost medicinal smell, mixed with the more subtle sweetness of decaying leaves. Somewhere off to my left, I could hear water, the steady, low murmur of a stream dragging itself over rocks. Birds made occasional, unhurried comments to each other from branches overhead. I could not see them, but their calls stitched the forest into something that felt alive rather than staged. A woodpecker hammered out a stuttering rhythm on a distant trunk. Insects buzzed in small, localized swarms wherever the light pooled. My footsteps became a sort of metronome. Crunch, 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 the gravel compressing and grinding under my weight. Every so often, my shoe would scuff a root, and a tiny puff of dust would lift into the slanting light before collapsing again. It was nice. That is such a small word for it, but that is what it was. Nice in the way a long, hot shower is nice after a bad day, or the first bite of food when you realize you have been hungry for hours. The constant background chatter that usually filled my head, email drafts, Slack pings, half-remembered to-do items, finally quieted. For once, there were no unread messages because there was no signal. The tiny no-service text in the corner of my screen felt less like a warning and more like permission. For a while, all I thought about was the next bend and the one after that. The trail switchbacked through stands of younger pines, their trunks thinner, needles brighter. In some sections, the canopy opened just enough to let me see slices of sky, widening with each climb. On the steeper stretches, my breathing grew louder in my own ears, but it was a good kind of effort, the kind that made my legs feel like part of the landscape instead of something cramped under a desk. Every now and then, the wind would pick up, running its hands through the trees. The sound it made was not like the wind in town, dragged over rooftops and through power lines. This was a fuller, more organic rush, a whisper that started high above and then trickled down through branches and needles, like someone slowly exhaling from the top of the ridge. The pine trees themselves creaked slightly as they swayed, old trunks adjusting their weight. Resin had leaked from some of them in thick, amber streaks, catching the sunlight and glowing like captured fire. I brushed my fingers against one glob out of curiosity. It was sticky, clinging to my skin with a faint, clean scent that reminded me of Christmas without the comfort. At one point, the trail widened just enough to reveal a small clearing off to the right. A perfect circle of trampled earth and flattened grass sat under a ring of trees, almost like an outdoor room. Someone had built a primitive fire ring out of stones, blackened in the middle. Beer cans and a crumpled chip bag had been shoved under one rock, an attempt at tidying up that only made the trash more obvious. I imagined a group of locals there a few nights before, huddled around the flames, laughing, telling stories, their voices bouncing off the trunks. For them, this place was probably familiar, a spot you brought new friends or dates when you wanted to impress them with how local you were. For me, it was a reminder that people came up here all the time and made it out fine. That thought nudged another one I had been ignoring. On the drive out of town, I had stopped for gas at a little station on the edge of the highway, the kind with two pumps, a dusty ice freezer out front, and a hand-painted sign in the window advertising bait and lottery tickets. Inside, the air had smelled like old coffee and motor oil. By the door, a bulletin board had been cluttered with flyers. Lost dogs, yard sales, a truck for sale sign written in block letters. And in the corner, half covered by a curled real estate ad, there had been a row of photocopied missing person posters. You see those sometimes near national parks if you pay attention. Faces printed in grainy black and white, eyes looking straight into the camera in the way people only do when they have no idea the photo will be used that way. Names in bold. Last seen wearing. Any information, please call. I remembered one clearly. A woman in her 40s with a sun hat pushed back on her head, smiling, an arm around someone cropped out of the frame. Underneath, last seen near Trailhead, off County Road, S. I had skimmed it, felt a vague pinch of sadness, then gone back to the counter to pay for my gas and a bottle of cold coffee. The woman at the register had handed me my change without looking up. Back then, it had been a fact of the landscape, like the mountains and the billboards. Something that belonged to this area, not to me. As I walked deeper into the trees, that bulletin board floated back into my mind. Not in a dramatic, cinematic flashback way. More like a small, persistent image sliding into focus at the edge of my thoughts. The woman's eyes. The block of text describing her last known direction. The words, "search suspended." I told myself, firmly, that those posters were stories that had started in situations nothing like mine. Bad weather, bad decisions. People going off trail on purpose, pushing farther, taking risks. I was doing everything right. Mid-afternoon, marked path, map downloaded, a bottle of water in my pack, a trail that families with kids used. I had signed the register. I had told my wife where I was going. I had a car waiting in the lot. This is not one of those stories. I remember thinking, this is just a walk. I listened to the rhythm of my own footsteps, crunch, 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 and to the distant murmur of the unseen stream. The forest seemed to accept me for the moment, nothing more than another temporary presence passing through. If there was anything watching me then, beyond the usual eyes of birds and squirrels, it did not make itself known. Not yet. The trail narrowed as it climbed, pinching in between two outcrops of rock. Tree roots had pushed through the dirt in thick, knotted ropes, forming natural steps that someone with better balance might have appreciated. I mostly appreciated the fact that they gave me an excuse to slow down. About 20 minutes after leaving the little clearing, I came to a particularly twisted mess of roots that spread across the path like the fingers of a buried hand. The way the late light hit them from the side made the bark glow, and the shapes look almost sculpted. On impulse, I stopped, pulled out my phone, and crouched to snap a picture. Down there, closer to the ground, the forest smelled even heavier. Wet soil, old leaves, something faintly fungal. Ants moved purposefully along a miniature highway in the groove between two roots, completely indifferent to the giant shadow hovering over them. I framed the shot so that the roots spiraled into each other. The sunlight catching their edges, hit the shutter, and checked the preview. By the time I stood up, I was not alone. He was just there, maybe 10 feet up trail, like he had stepped through a doorway I could not see. For a second, my brain refused to register him as a real person. It tried to file him under tree or large rock, anything that matched what was there a heartbeat earlier. But no. This was a human shape, filling the path where it bent to the right, broad shoulders blocking a slice of sky. I actually flinched, a full body jerk that made my heart punch hard against my ribs. Air snagged in my throat. It was the kind of startle you get when you realize a mannequin in a dark store is actually a person. Except there, in the woods, there were not supposed to be mannequins or people. "Jesus," I said before I could stop myself. "You scared the hell out of me." The man held up both hands in a quick, placating gesture, palms out. "Sorry," he said. His voice was calm, a little out of breath. "Should have called out sooner. Did not mean to sneak up on you." He did not look like a random hiker. He wore a dark green jacket, heavier than my thin long sleeve, with multiple zippered pockets and reinforced shoulders. The color was just off from the pines around us, close enough to blend, but not quite the same. His pants were faded gray cargo type, knees stained with old dirt, legs tucked neatly into well-worn hiking boots. On his left shoulder, clipped to his jacket strap, was a black two-way radio, its short antenna angled toward his face. A coiled wire ran from it to a small earpiece tucked against his left ear. Around his neck hung a handheld GPS unit on a lanyard, the device resting against his chest. It was one of the fancy ones, with a decent-sized screen and rubberized grips, the kind of thing serious backcountry people carry. On his right breast pocket, sewn on with a few uneven stitches, was a small rectangular patch with white letters on a dark background. Search. That was it. No Park Service arrowhead, no Forest Service badge, just that single, blunt word. He looked to be in his 40s, maybe, weathered in the way of people who spend a lot of time outside, skin a shade or two darker than mine from the sun, lines etched around his eyes. His hair was under a cap, brim shadowing his face, but I caught a flash of brown shot through with gray at the temples. My pulse was still struggling to settle as he studied me. There was nothing obviously threatening in his expression. If anything, he looked mildly amused at my reaction. "You, Daniel?" he asked. The use of my name did not register right away. I was still catching up to the fact that he existed. "Yeah," I said, and then frowned. "Wait, sorry. Do I know you?" He shifted his weight, glanced past me down the trail like he expected to see someone else appear behind me. "You're the guy in the gray Ford, right?" he said. "Texas plates, rental from the airport. That's you?" Something cold and slick slid under my ribs. I told myself it was just adrenaline working its way out. Yeah," I said. "Ford Escape. I just got here. You with the Park Service, or—" He tapped two fingers lightly against the search patch. "Volunteer search and rescue," he said. "Name's Hank. We've got an operation running up here right now, trying to find the owner of that green Subaru in the lot. They didn't check back in when they were supposed to." My mind jumped back, involuntary, to the open door, the dome light, the single shoe under the brake pedal. "I saw the car," I said. Door was open. I figured they were just up ahead somewhere. "Yeah," he said, drawing the word out. That's what they thought too. Before I could unpack what that meant, his radio crackled to life. Static hissed, cut by a voice that sounded like it had been dragged over gravel. The tone of a middle-aged man trying to sound professional through too many cigarettes. "Hank, you got eyes on that last sign-in yet?" Over. Hank pressed the button on the side of the radio with his thumb. "Yeah, I'm with him now," he said. Met him on the switchback before marker 4. He's fine, just taking pictures instead of watching his feet. His eyes flicked to my phone, still in my hand. The comment landed somewhere between a joke and a gentle scold. I stared at him. "How did you trail register?" he said easily, as if he had answered a question I had not quite formed yet. "You were the last one to sign in after our missing party. Incident Command wanted to make sure you weren't part of that group before we spun up more resources. You're solo, right?" I nodded automatically. "Yeah, just me." I thought of the scribble of my name in that pad, the 3:52 p.m. timestamp. I had not been back down to sign out, obviously. As far as that paper was concerned, I still existed in an unresolved state. From the radio, the voice mumbled something back. Too much static and distance for me to make out the words. Wind chose that moment to stir the branches overhead, sending a cascade of dry needles whispering against each other. The combined sound was like someone crumpling a very large, very thin piece of paper directly above my head. Hank listened for a second, then nodded as if the radio could see him. "Copy that," he said. "I'll escort him down to base, get him logged, and then head back up the loop." He released the button. The radio went quiet except for a faint, constant hiss. "Look," he said, turning his attention fully back to me. "We're recommending folks head down for the day. Weather's supposed to turn a little later, and we've already got resources up here dealing with one situation. Makes it easier on everyone if we don't have more people wandering around in the mix." He smiled, not unkindly, but with an undercurrent of weary patience, like a teacher explaining the same rule to yet another kid. "Not in trouble or anything," he added. "We just like to keep track of who's on the mountain when we've got a search active." I glanced past him down the trail. From here, it curved out of sight, framed by trees, the light beyond going more golden by the minute. There was no sign of anyone else. No shouting, no whistle blasts, no dogs. If a full-scale search was happening, it was doing a good job of staying invisible. Still, the mention of missing party put weight in the air. "Did something happen?" I asked. "An accident or—" He shrugged one shoulder. "Person who signed in with that Subaru," he said. "Gave themselves a turnaround time. Did not hit it. Phone goes straight to voicemail now. Maybe they twisted an ankle. Maybe they're sitting on a rock enjoying the view and ignoring their watch. Or maybe they walked off trail and are stuck somewhere stupid. Our job's to assume the least convenient option before it kills anyone." As he talked, the GPS unit on his chest bounced slightly. The screen was on, the backlight faintly glowing. I caught a glimpse of colored lines and a pulsing icon near the edge of the map. For a second, the light fell just right, and I could see that icon clearly. A small red circle labeled in tiny text. It was not sitting on the trail. It was sitting in a little cleared rectangle near the bottom of the screen. A rectangle that looked a lot like a parking area. "Is that the Subaru?" I asked, nodding toward the device before I could stop myself. "You can see it on there?" He instinctively cupped his hand around the GPS, as if shading it from the sun. "Something like that," he said lightly. "We have ways to keep track of vehicles around the trailheads when there's an ongoing operation. Helps us know who might be involved. License plates, sign-in sheets, that sort of thing." He said it casually, but my brain was already connecting dots I was not sure I wanted to see. I thought of my own car, its out-of-state plates, of the way he had said, "the gray Ford," without me mentioning it. "So you track everybody's plates out here?" I tried to make it a joke, to hear how it sounded when I said it out loud. "Big brother in hiking boots?" Hank gave a small, obliging laugh. It did not reach his eyes. "Nothing that dramatic," he said. "Just helps us separate the folks we need to worry about from the ones we don't. No one's spying on your picnic, promise." He pivoted smoothly. "Anyway," he went on, adjusting the strap of his pack, "if you come down with me now, I'll get you checked out at base, and you can still make it back to town before dark. Grab a beer. Tell everyone you survived your Colorado adventure. Sound fair?" The way he phrased it, not a suggestion so much as a friendly directive, settled on me with surprising weight. A part of me bristled at being told to cut my hike short, but another part, the part that had been thinking about missing posters and empty cars, recognized that arguing would make me the difficult one in a situation where I clearly did not have the authority. "Sure," I said. "Yeah, that's fine." We fell into step, him turning back down the trail the way he had apparently come, me following. The path felt narrower with another person on it, his boots landing with solid, practiced thuds. The forest noises seemed to bend around him, the birds a little quieter, the wind a little more purposeful. As we walked, he talked. "People don't realize how fast things get expensive up here," he said. "Helicopters, medics, overtime for deputies. County's budget isn't magic. That's why they lean on volunteers like us. And, yeah, sometimes on cost recovery programs. Keeps the system from collapsing every time somebody decides to hike in sneakers and a hoodie with no water." He said it with the air of someone who had given this speech before. I nodded in the right places, feeling strangely like a student being coached through a lesson. "I mean, personally, I would rather be out here helping than stuck at home watching TV," he added. "But people need to understand their choices don't exist in a vacuum. You head up late in the day, alone, during a search, someone pays for that risk." There was no accusation in his tone, but I felt it anyway. "Yeah," I said quietly, "I get that." We rounded another bend. A gust of wind swept through, bending the tops of the trees, making the needles hiss and rasp like an enormous sheet of paper being dragged over a rough surface. "We like to know who's on our mountain," Hank said. "It's the only way to keep it from turning into a circus." He glanced back at me over his shoulder as he said it, and the angle gave me a clearer view of his face under the cap. His eyes were a pale hazel, shot through with tiny lines at the edges. They flicked over me in a quick inventory, face, pack, shoes, and then past me, as if confirming no one else had joined our little procession. "Daniel Harper, right?" he added. "Texas driver's license ending in 482? I stopped walking. He had not seen my ID. I had never given him my last name. He had not been anywhere near me when I signed the register. And when he said those last three numbers, 482, they rolled off his tongue like they were sitting on a screen only he could see. Not like he was guessing. He did not turn around right away. For a second, all I could see was the back of his jacket and the search patch, slightly frayed at one corner. Then he glanced over his shoulder again, smile reappearing, just a little too slow. "Told you," he said. "We keep track of who's out here." We had been walking downhill for maybe 10 minutes, retracing the path I had come up earlier, when Hank stopped so abruptly that I almost ran into him. The trail at that point cut along a gentle slope, pines on one side, a drop of maybe 10 feet on the other into a tangle of brush and rocks. The light had shifted while we walked. What had been warm, golden beams when I was heading up had turned cooler and more slanted, throwing longer shadows across the path. The air had that subtle edge to it that says the sun is closer to the horizon than it looks. "Hang on," Hank said, half turning. "We'll cut down here. It's quicker." I followed his gaze. To the right, between two trees, a faint track peeled away from the main trail. I would not have noticed it if he had not pointed. Just two parallel depressions in the dirt, barely visible under a layer of old needles, running diagonally across the slope. It did not have a marker post. No reassuring little arrow, just the suggestion of a path where tires had once been. "That's a trail?" I asked, immediately aware of how green I sounded. He smiled, the kind of smile locals give tourists when they ask if the lake is always this wet. "Old service road," he said. "Goes down to our base spot. Saves a couple of switchbacks. We use it when we don't want to stroll the scenic route." He stepped off the main trail without waiting for an answer, boots sliding a little on the loose dirt before finding their grip in the grooves. The radio on his shoulder bounced and clicked. The GPS on his chest swung against the zipper of his jacket in a light, rhythmic tap. I stayed where I was for a second, looking back the way we had come. The proper trail curved upward into the trees, still inviting, like a ribbon leading back to a picture on a brochure. It was familiar now, in the way that a path you have sweated on becomes yours so quickly. Going back the way I came had a logic to it. Same landmarks, same distances, no surprises. The service road, if that was what it was, had the opposite appeal. It looked rough, narrower than it should be for a vehicle, choked in places with young saplings reclaiming the space. The ruts carved into the slope were deep enough that water had run down them at some point, carrying small stones with it. It did not look unsafe exactly, just unofficial. The sky above the trees had paled toward a thinner blue. Down here, under the canopy, the light was going dimmer by degrees. The warmth I had enjoyed on the way up was leaking away, replaced by something cooler, slipping under my shirt at the collar and cuffs. Hank glanced back up at me from the first few feet down the track. "You can go back the long way if you want," he said, not unkindly. "Totally your call. But I've got to head this way either way to check in with base. Figured you might not mind shaving a little time off." He made it sound reasonable, helpful even. It was the kind of statement that carried its own pressure. If I insisted on going alone, back up and around, I would be the one being difficult. The one ignoring the man with the radio during an active search. I shifted my pack on my shoulders, felt the straps dig into my skin, the sweat cooling underneath. "How much quicker?" I asked, stalling. 15-20 minutes, he said. "Path's a little rough, but nothing you can't handle. I promise. We send volunteers up here, way older than you on this route." I forced a small, polite laugh, as if that settled it. "Okay," I said. "Sure, service road it is." The decision felt small at the time, just a choice between two different ways down. It was only later that the weight of that moment would press back through my memory. I stepped off the main trail and onto the old road. Immediately, the feeling changed. The surface, under my feet, went from compacted, well-trodden dirt to something looser and more treacherous. The twin ruts, carved by tires years ago, angled downward, each a narrow trough filled with small rocks and packed mud. I tried to walk on the raised strip between them, but the width was just wrong. Too wide for a comfortable single-file step, too narrow for both feet side by side. After a few awkward paces, I gave up and dropped into one of the ruts, letting the tire track guide me. The forest closed in faster too. On the official trail, the trees had been set back a respectful distance, giving hikers space. Here, branches leaned in from both sides, some low enough that I had to duck or push them aside. Twigs scraped against my sleeves with little scratching sounds. The smell of sap was sharper, more concentrated, like a bottle of cleaner spilled in one spot. Behind us, the main trail disappeared around a jut of rock. Once it was gone from sight, it felt farther away than it should have. We walked in silence for a minute, my footsteps crunching clumsily in the rut, Hank's landing more confidently on the rough ground. The slope demanded attention. One bad placement, and my ankle would twist. I focused on my boots, the next 3 feet of path, the rhythm of placing my weight carefully. Eventually, the forest noises caught up to me again. Up here, they were different. The bird song that had been a constant background track up on the main trail thinned out. A few calls, spaced farther apart, like the birds had less interest in this part of the hillside. The sound of the distant stream faded, replaced by something else. Small, irregular creaks as branches swayed and settled, trunks rubbing subtly against each other in the wind. Every so often, somewhere off in the trees, something would crack, a small branch giving way, a pine cone dropping, a hidden footstep I told myself belonged to an animal. The sound would travel oddly through the undergrowth, stripped of clear direction, landing in my ear as only this. Something moved. Hank's radio broke the quiet. "Command, this is Hank," he said, thumb pressing the talk button. The click sounded loud, metallic. Escorting one hiker down the service road to base. Solo mail from the gray Ford. No sign of contact with missing party. Over. There was a pause, a hiss of static like distant frying. Then a voice came through, flattened and tinny. "Copy, Hank. One solo, not associated. Bring him to base for logout and briefing. Maintain awareness of upper switchbacks. We still have 2 units sweeping. Over." The words themselves were bland, procedural, but something about the way they were delivered was off. It was not the voice of a dispatcher in a climate-controlled room with a headset and a bank of screens. It sounded like someone talking through a cheap radio from another room in the same old building. A faint echo bled under the static, repeating the last syllable of each word like a room with hard walls. "Roger that," Hank said. "Heading in now." He clicked off. The hiss cut out abruptly, leaving the subtle groan of a large tree somewhere above us filling the space. "What exactly is base?" I asked after a moment. "Like a ranger station?" "Temporary incident command," he said. "Set up just off the service road. Easier than hauling everyone back to town every time something happens. You'll see." He said it like that explained everything. It did not, but I nodded anyway. As we descended, the light continued to thin. The trees on either side of the road grew taller, trunks thicker, the underbrush denser. The sky, what little of it was visible through the canopy, had shifted from pale blue to a muted, washed-out gray. There were no dramatic storm clouds rolling in. Nothing cinematic like that. Just a slow, steady dimming. Like someone turning a dimmer switch down a notch every 5 minutes. Temperatures tend to drop faster in the mountains once the sun starts its slide, and I felt it here as a coolness seeping through my sweat-damp shirt. Goosebumps prickled along my forearms. When the wind blew, it did not just stir the branches. It found the gaps at my collar and cuffs and slid in, cold fingers against warm skin. We passed a fallen tree that had landed across the old road at some point. Instead of being cleared, it had been sawed halfway through and pushed aside just enough to leave a narrow gap, barely wide enough for a person to pass. The cut surface of the wood had gone gray, but the scar was still visible. The chainsaw marks were ragged, done quickly, not with the neatness of a maintenance trail. I had the sudden, irrational image of a vehicle forcing its way through that gap at night. Headlights off, engine muffled, someone in the driver's seat who knew every bend and dip of this forgotten path. "You guys use this road a lot?" I asked, ducking under a low branch. "Often enough," Hank said. "Keeps things out of sight of the tourists. People freak out if they see too many trucks and uniforms at the trailhead. They think it means the mountain is dangerous, not that we are just doing our job." He said, "Tourists," without malice, but I heard it anyway. That was me. The person whose presence was tolerated, managed, shepherded, but ultimately temporary. His radio crackled again, a brief burst of noise, then a fragment of voice. "Hank, status on that subject? Over." "Still with me," he replied. "No issues. Approaching junction with lower spur in about 5. There was something about the way the unseen voice said "subject" that made my shoulders tighten. It was clinical, cold. I knew, logically, it referred to the missing person. Still, some part of my brain filed it under the same slot as suspect and did not like it. They talked like this a couple more times, brief exchanges that did not tell me much. The phrasing was oddly stiff, like they were reciting from a script. "Maintain safety priority at base. Be advised, we have possible weather inbound. Copy all. We'll update once unit is secured." None of it contradicted the story of an ongoing search. It just sounded hollow, deprived of the background noise I expected from a real dispatch center. No other calls bleeding through, no keyboard clacks, no overlapping chatter. It was just us, the forest, and this one disembodied voice cycling through the same phrases. As we walked, a thought drifted in, slow and unwelcome. I had not seen any other sign of a search. No orange vests flickering through the trees, no dog teams, no distant whistles, no other radios. Just Hank, his patch that said "search," and a road no one had bothered to mention on the brochure. I was not an expert. Maybe this was how low-key searches worked. Maybe they kept things quiet to avoid drawing crowds. Maybe I was overthinking it, reading menace into logistics. Still, with every step deeper down that rutted track, away from the main trail, I felt a little further from the version of this mountain that existed on my phone screen. The one with star ratings and comments about great views if you don't mind the incline. That Elk Ridge existed above and behind us now, somewhere beyond the bend. Down here, where the trees pressed closer and the path looked like something the forest was slowly trying to erase, I had the distinct, unsettled sense that I had stepped off the edge of the brochure and into the blank white space around it. The service road bent hard to the left around a thick stand of pines, and then, almost without warning, the trees thinned and fell away on one side. We stepped out of shadow, like walking through a curtain. The clearing was roughly oval, scraped out of the hillside in a way that looked half natural, half forced. The red dirt was more exposed here, churned and packed into irregular tracks that crisscrossed each other. A few stubborn weeds clung to the edges, their roots gripping the soil, as if waiting for the forest to reclaim the whole space once people got bored and left. To our right, the ground sloped up into more trees. To our left, it dropped away sharply, offering a brief, startling glimpse of the valley below. A patchwork of darker green and shadow that looked far, far deeper than the distance we had walked should have allowed. The sky above the clearing felt higher, paler. The air cooled another notch the moment we stepped into the open, like the breeze had been waiting there. In the center of it all squatted the cabin. It was a one-story structure, longer than it was wide, built from weathered wooden planks that had gone gray with age. The roof was corrugated metal, rusty along the edges, dented in a few places as if someone had walked on it carelessly. Moss had started to creep up the lower corners of the walls. A narrow porch ran along the front, sagging slightly, its boards darkened where countless boots had scuffed dirt and moisture into them. On top of the roof, near one corner, a stubby TV antenna pointed crookedly at the sky. Two of its thin arms bent at angles that made it look more like a broken insect than a piece of useful equipment. It belonged to another decade, back when people thought of remote as an obstacle instead of a selling point. Off to one side, near the far edge of the clearing, sat a white pickup truck. It had no visible logo on the doors, no government decal, no agency name, just a plain, work-scarred truck with a slightly crooked rear bumper and a yellow light bar bolted to the roof. The lenses of the bar were dusty, but I could see the faint outline of bulbs inside, ready to flash if someone flipped the right switch. The tires had left fresher tracks in the dirt, looping in and angling up next to the cabin, as if it came and went from here regularly. The windows were tinted just enough that I could not see inside from where we stood. On the cabin's front door, someone had taped a sheet of paper inside a clear plastic sleeve, the kind you use to protect school reports. The corners had been secured with strips of silver duct tape pressed tight. From a distance, the bold black letters on the paper were easy to read. Temporary Incident Command, Elk Ridge Operation. Above the words was a circular logo printed in grayscale. At a glance, it looked official enough. Mountain outline, some text around the border. But even from here, there was something slightly off about it. The lines were not as crisp as they should have been, like it had been scanned and reprinted too many times. The lower half of the circle looked a little squashed, stretched vertically in a way your eye did not notice until it did, and then could not unsee. I stood there for a second, taking it all in. The cabin, the truck, the improvised sign, waiting for my brain to slot the scene into a familiar category. Sheriff's field post, maybe. Forest Service outbuilding. Some kind of rural emergency management setup. The category did not quite stick. Behind the cabin, unseen but immediately noticeable, something mechanical chugged away, with a low, steady whirr that vibrated faintly through the ground. A generator. The sound was constant, an industrial heartbeat layered under the natural noises of the place. Every once in a while it would hiccup, drop half a note, then catch again, like a smoker trying to keep their breath even. From inside the cabin, there came another sound, softer but more insistent. The high, electric whine of fluorescent lights and old wiring. It was a kind of faint humming, almost like the background buzz you hear when you stand too close to a neon sign. It prickled at the edges of my hearing, more sensation than sound, and made something in my molars ache. "You can head on in," Hank said, stepping forward onto the sagging porch. The boards creaked under his weight with a tired complaint they had clearly voiced 100 times before. He walked with the easy confidence of someone approaching his own front door. No hesitation, no pause to read the sign. His hand found the knob without searching. He pushed the door open without knocking, letting it swing wide on hinges that groaned faintly. "Hey!" he called over his shoulder into the room, his voice mixing with the buzz of the lights. "Got that last hiker for you, the guy from the Ford." Then he turned his head just enough to look back at me. "Come on," he said. "Let's get you logged out so you're not on our list at midnight." I reached the bottom of the porch steps and paused. Up close, the cabin smelled old, not in the charming log cabin vacation rental sense, more like a building that had been damp for too long. There was the sour tang of old wood swollen by moisture and then dried again, over and over, until it held onto a permanent dusty fatigue. Underneath that, woven into the grain, was the darker scent of stale sweat and worn fabric. Jackets hung too long without washing, hats left on hooks through too many seasons. And under it all, faint but unmistakable, was the ghost of coffee. Not fresh coffee, not the rich, tempting smell from a good cafe. This was the oily, burnt-on residue of coffee that had been left on a hot plate until it turned bitter, then poured down a sink that did not drain well. I stepped up onto the porch. The boards flexed slightly, their nails creaking. The generator's vibration came through the wood now, a subtle tremor in the soles of my shoes. The closer I got to the open doorway, the louder that electric hum became, like a swarm of invisible insects trapped in the walls. Inside, the light was harsh after the filtered forest glow. Fluorescent tubes on the ceiling threw down a flat, unforgiving white that erased most shadows and made everything else look either too bright or too dull. My eyes took a moment to adjust, pupils contracting, trying to decide which level of brightness to trust. The doorway framed a narrow slice of the interior, a portion of a table, the edge of a corkboard on the wall with colored papers pinned to it, a plastic chair with scratches on the seat. Beyond that, the room opened out of view. I hesitated for one breath, just one, standing there on the threshold, caught between the cooling air of the clearing at my back and the artificial buzzing stillness inside. If this were a different kind of story, that would be the moment when some instinct screamed loud enough to turn me around. When I would have backed down the steps, apologized, said I preferred to walk back on my own. When I would have gone back up the trail, found my way to the proper lot, gotten in my car, and driven to town with nothing more than a weird memory of a Subaru with its door open. Instead, I did what people usually do when someone in a jacket with a radio and a confident tone tells them to come inside. I swallowed against the dryness in my throat, stepped over the threshold, and let the door close a little behind me, the hum of the cabin wrapping around my ears like a soft, persistent hand. The inside of the cabin looked exactly like the kind of place you would walk into during a regional disaster drill, and exactly wrong for everything else. The first thing that hit me was the light. 4 long fluorescent tubes ran the length of the ceiling, encased in yellowing plastic covers. They spat out a harsh white glare that washed all color into 2 extremes, too bright or too dull. Every few seconds, one of the tubes would flicker, its ballast whining, making the whole room seem to vibrate for a heartbeat. It was not a steady flicker either. It was the kind that kept you guessing. Fine, fine, fine. Then a quick shiver of dimming and brightening that made the edges of objects jump in your vision. The bulbs themselves seemed to tremble, not quite in sync, like they were trying to agree on reality and failing. The walls were bare wood, the planks stained dark and then left to dry unevenly. In the center of one wall hung a large corkboard, overburdened with maps and notes. Topo maps were pinned up in overlapping layers, edges curling. Some were printed in color, highlighting contour lines and water sources. Others were blurry photocopies, black and gray, with highlighter strokes bleeding neon yellow and pink across them. On these maps, strips of colored tape marked certain areas, red lines tracing trails, blue boxes around drainages, little circles drawn in Sharpie with time scribbled next to them. Sticky notes clung to the borders of the board, their corners dog-eared, carrying shorthand codes. Unit B, 1430, Check Ridge, last ping. Below the corkboard sat a folding table made of cheap plastic, two metal legs slightly bent. On it lay a jumble of items: a landline phone with its cord twisted, a stack of clipboards, a cluster of half-empty water bottles sweating onto paper, a plastic tub full of mismatched pens and dry erase markers. A laminated sheet with some kind of incident objectives was taped to the tabletop, corners bubbling from trapped air. In one corner of the room, near an outlet overloaded with a tangle of cords, a small white refrigerator hummed. It was the compact kind you see in dorm rooms, its top scratched where something heavy had once lived. The compressor inside churned with a low, droning growl, cycling heat away from whatever was inside. Every couple of minutes, the compressor would abruptly shut off with a soft click, and the sudden absence of that noise would punch a little hole of silence into the room that made all the other sounds feel exposed. Another table, narrower, had been shoved against the opposite wall to serve as a workstation. A laptop sat open on it, its screen casting a cold bluish glow that clashed with the fluorescent glare above. Behind it was a younger guy, maybe late 20s, shoulders hunched, fingers moving quickly over the keyboard. A pair of headphones hung around his neck, the padded cups resting against the collar of his faded t-shirt. The faint, tinny rhythm of some music I could not identify leaked from them every time the room quieted enough. His eyes flicked up for a split second when I entered, taking me in the way a security camera does. No expression, just confirmation, and then dropped back to the screen. The keys under his hands made a soft, rapid clacking that layered over the fridge's rumble and the neon's buzz. Near the center of the room stood a cluster of metal folding chairs, some open, some leaning haphazardly against each other like drunks at last call. One was pulled closer to the main table. A woman sat in it. She looked to be in her early 40s, maybe, with dark hair pulled back into a low ponytail that had started to come apart at the edges. Her face was the kind that could look either kind or severe depending on the lighting. Here, in this too bright glare, every line and shadow made her look tired more than anything else. She wore a brown jacket that, at a glance, resembled the uniform of a ranger, earth tone color, functional cut, multiple pockets. But once you looked at it for more than a heartbeat, the differences stood out. The fabric was slightly shinier than standard issue, the stitching around the shoulders not quite as neat. On her left arm was a small patch with a pine tree and a mountain silhouette, but the design was generic, not one I recognized from park brochures. Most notably, there was no name tag, no badge, just a strip of Velcro over one chest pocket where something might have gone once and then been removed. "I found your last sign-in," Hank said, his voice a little louder to be heard over the fluorescent hum as he stepped fully into the room. Gray Ford from Texas, solo male. Met him on the switchback. He's not with the missing Subaru party. Just needs to be logged out so we don't send a helo for him. Halo, the younger guy at the laptop repeated under his breath, half mocking the syllables, but it was so soft I could not tell if anyone else heard. The woman's eyes moved from Hank to me. They were a pale, watery brown, sharp despite the underlying fatigue. She gave me a professional smile that did not show teeth. "Afternoon," she said. "You're the hiker from Texas?" "Yeah," I said. "Daniel. I saw the car in the lot on my way up. Didn't realize there was a whole operation going on." "Most folks don't," she said, voice smooth. "That's why we keep this down here off the main trail. Keeps people from crowding around and getting curious when we're trying to work." She reached to the side, to a stack of paper on the table next to her. It was a neat pile, square and clean, white edges aligned. Without really looking, she slid her fingers under the top sheet and lifted it, letting it fall open on the table between us. "Daniel Harper," she read, like she was confirming something she already knew. "From Louisville, outside Dallas. Ford Escape, gray, rental, plates ending in 269. Texas driver's license ending." She glanced down. 482. She said the numbers with the cadence of someone reading from a teleprompter, smooth, practiced, unbothered. The paper lay flat in front of me now, and I could see that she had not written those details as she spoke. They had been there already, in clean, dark print. My name, my home address complete with zip code, the rental car's plate number and description, the last 4 digits of my driver's license, all filled in on a form that had the crispness of something printed recently, not smudged ink from a logbook. My ID was still in my wallet, zipped in my pack. I had not taken it out for anyone since checking into the hotel. I had not said my last name to Hank. I had not spelled it for anyone. The knowledge of that sat heavy in my chest, but some other, more polite part of my brain was slower to react, more concerned with not making a scene in a room that seemed to expect my compliance. "That's me," I said, because what else was I supposed to say to my own data? She nodded, satisfied. "Good," she said. "We like to have a complete record of everyone on the mountain when we've got a search active. Keeps things clean." As she slid the paper a little closer to me, I had a chance to really look at the top of the form. The logo in the corner looked, at first glance, like any county seal I had ever seen. A circle with a mountain and some trees inside. A ring of words around the edge. Archuleta County arched over the top in small capitals. Below, in slightly larger text, Backcountry Incident Response. It was grayscale, the kind of thing you get out of a laser printer on standard stock. The thing that snagged my eye was not the seal itself, though. It was the way it seemed just a little tired. The edges of the mountain inside were fuzzier than they should have been, as if it had been photocopied from a photocopy. The outer ring bulged minutely on one side, a subtle distortion that suggested someone had scanned a slightly bent original. The form's title read, "Hiker Acknowledgement and Rescue Cost Recovery Agreement." In smaller print, underneath, a subtitle, "Temporary Incident Command Facility, Elk Ridge Operation." Below that, lines and boxes waited for signatures and initials. Some had been filled with my information. Others were blank, hovering like empty mouths. My gaze drifted to the bottom, to the fine print where my eyes are trained by years of dealing with contracts to go when something feels off. Contact information, it said. For questions or disputes regarding this agreement, please contact Backcountry Incident. Billing Office, Archuleta County Incident Support. Contracted partner info mountainrecovery.co, www.mountainrecovery.co. The email sat there, black and obvious. Not gov, not us, just .co. The little country code suffix that a million shady companies and decent ones alike use when their first choice is taken. Something in my stomach uncoiled and then re-knotted. This is a county form, right? I heard myself ask. My voice sounded thinner than I wanted it to. I pointed to the logo with one finger, careful not to touch the paper itself. Like, official? The woman did not miss a beat. We handle the paperwork for them, she said, almost before I had finished the question. It's more efficient this way. County processes the actual incident reports. We manage the billing and logistics as their partner. One system instead of 5 different offices playing phone tag. Makes sense, doesn't it? She smiled again, just slightly, as if we were two reasonable adults agreeing on the obvious. Behind her, the little fridge's compressor chose that moment to click off. The low hum that had been underpinning the room's soundscape vanished. For one breath, there was a hollowed-out silence. In that gap, I could hear the fluorescent buzz, clear and sharp, like a swarm pressed tight into glass. The keyboard clacks stopped. The younger guy had paused mid-sentence, eyes flicking sideways toward us. The lack of compression noise made my own breathing seem too loud. Efficient, I repeated, because I did not know what else to do. Sure. Yeah. She tapped the bottom of the page, where a small box waited for a signature over the words, "I acknowledge and agree to the terms above." Go ahead and sign there, she said. We just need to confirm you understand our role and that you're accounted for. After that, you're free to go enjoy your evening. We don't want to keep you any longer than we have to. Outside, through a small, grimy window over her shoulder, I could see the sky above the trees, bleeding slowly toward gray. The clearing's dirt reflected the changing light like a dull, red bruise. I picked up the pen she had laid near the form. It was one of those cheap ballpoints, translucent body smeared with old fingerprints, cap attached to the end by a cracked clip. As I rolled it between my fingers, the plastic clicked softly. I looked again at the logo, the text, the email address with its missing V. Everything about the cabin, the signs, the papers, sat right on that thin line between official and almost. Close enough that you would not blink if you were tired and grateful and just wanted to go home. Far enough off that, if you were paying attention, some quiet part of your mind might whisper that you had stepped into something built to look like authority without actually being it. The woman watched me, her eyes calm, her hands folded loosely on the table. Hank had drifted to the far side of the room, pretending to examine a map on the corkboard, but I could feel his gaze on the side of my face. The fridge compressor kicked back on with a clunk, refilling the room with its low, constant growl. I put the pen down, just for a second, and heard that little voice in my head ask, not for the last time, if this is all so official, why does every piece of it feel like a copy of something real? She let me sit with the form in front of me for a moment, like a teacher giving a student time to read a quiz before starting the clock. The fluorescent tubes hummed overhead, a constant, insect-pitched whine. One of them buzzed louder than the others, its light stuttering subtly so that the shadows under the table legs seemed to twitch. Behind me, the little fridge groaned along in its low gear, cycling cold air over whatever was inside. Every once in a while, the compressor would cut out with a muted click, and the room would lose that underlying drone for a second, leaving everything suddenly too naked, too clear. "Let me walk you through that," the woman said, nodding toward the paper. "I know it looks like a lot." She leaned back just far enough to project a kind of practiced calm, hands still folded lightly together. Hank stayed by the corkboard, pretending to read a map, his back to us, though his head was turned slightly, so one ear angled our way. The younger guy at the laptop kept typing, but more slowly now, the rhythm of his keys just a fraction off from earlier. "It's pretty simple," she went on. "When there's an ongoing search in a backcountry area, the county has to spin up resources. People on call, volunteers, vehicles, med gear on standby, sometimes aviation assets. That all costs money, even before we actually find anybody. That's what we call readiness cost." She said the phrase in a way that made it sound like something familiar, something everyone should already know. "If you enter the affected area while a search is active," she continued, "you're automatically in the operational picture. We have to account for you. We have to be prepared to divert resources if you have a problem. This form is just acknowledging that you understand that and that you're willing to contribute to those costs." My eyes had drifted down to the section she meant. In the middle of the page, boxed off from the rest by a thin black border, was a paragraph of text in that smaller, denser font companies use when they are hoping you will read quickly and sign anyway. Embedded in it were the words "ongoing search operation, backcountry area," and "readiness," repeated a few times, along with a sentence that said, "In consideration of access to the Elk Ridge backcountry area during an active search operation, the undersigned agrees to contribute to the costs of preparedness and response as determined by Archuleta County Incident Support and its contracted partner, Mountain Recovery Services." Below that, in a separate line, was the number, "Suggested contribution, $1,850. They had even bolded it, as if proud. I stared at the digits. $1,850. My brain did some quick, useless math. How many hours at my job? How many grocery runs? How many months of our car payment? The number sat there like a small, heavy stone in the middle of the page, daring me to pick it up. "Contribution," I said, the word dry in my mouth. "That sounds optional." She smiled, the corners of her mouth tightening just slightly. "It's suggested," she said. "We obviously look at each case individually, but you entered an area under active search. You signed in after the missing party. We spun up assets. That readiness comes with a cost, and it has to land somewhere." "I didn't call for help," I said. I could hear the thin edge of something, defensiveness maybe, slipping into my voice. "I just went for a hike. I didn't even know there was a search happening." "You do now," she replied, still calm. "That's part of what this form is, making sure you're fully informed. We're not saying you did anything wrong, Daniel. But once you're up here, during an operation, we can't just pretend you're invisible." The fridge's compressor chugged a little louder, as if in agreement. Then, mid-sentence of its own mechanical thought, it shut off. The sudden loss of that vibration left the neon hum and the soft tick of the fluorescent ballast as the only sounds, thin and high and uncomfortably close. I shifted in the folding chair. The metal frame creaked under my weight. "Okay," I said slowly. But how does that add up to $1,800? I mean, I walked up a trail and you told me to come down. Nobody flew a helicopter. Nobody carried me out on a stretcher. I'm not trying to be difficult, Readiness, she repeated, patient. People on call. Vehicles positioned. Our time. We don't just appear here out of nowhere. There's a whole system behind what you see in this room. Today, it's you and one missing hiker. Tomorrow, it could be 3 or none. But the cost of keeping this apparatus in place doesn't change because you happen to walk out under your own power. Her tone never shifted into accusation. That made it worse somehow. If she had been openly hostile, I could have pushed back. Instead, she sounded like someone explaining a HOA fee. On the table, near her elbow, a handheld radio rested in its charging cradle. Every so often, it would crackle to life, just enough to cough out a vague phrase. Copy that? Unit 3, standing by, before settling again. The middle-aged voice from earlier drifted through once, tinny and non-specific, as if playing a recording rather than talking to an actual person. The younger guy at the laptop tapped something in and said without looking up, "We can show him the trailhead notice, if that helps." The woman nodded at him. He spun the laptop slightly so she could see the screen, then clicked a few times. After a moment, an image popped up. A photo of the Elk Ridge Trail Register, taken from directly above. It was the clipboard I had signed, the same spiral-bound pad, the same list of names. I could see my own handwriting on the latest line. My name, party size, time in. But below that, in smaller font, printed at the bottom of the page, was text I did not remember seeing. Hikers entering the Elk Ridge Backcountry area during an ongoing search operation may be subject to cost recovery fees as determined by Archuleta County Incident Support and its contracted partners. By signing this log, you acknowledge these terms. The words stared up at me from the screen in sharp, black clarity. "You were aware of the operation," the woman said, gesturing toward the image. "It's posted at the trailhead. We're not hiding anything." "I didn't. That wasn't there," I protested, the denial out of my mouth before I could temper it. I leaned closer without meaning to, trying to reconcile what I remembered with what I was seeing. I swear, when I signed that, I would have noticed something like this at the bottom. The page was pretty full. It was there, the younger man said, a trace of boredom edging into his tone. "We take photos of the register every time a new page goes up. That's standard. This is from this morning." The fluorescent light above my head flickered, a rapid staccato burst that made the laptop screen seem to jump. For half a second, the words blurred, the little block of fine print turning into a smudge. When the light steadied, they sharpened again, as if nothing had happened. I thought about the pad at the trailhead, the way the top page had already been filled with scribbled names, the way I had flipped it over with the back of my hand to find a blank line. It was possible, I told myself, that this was a scan of the new page, the one underneath, printed with the notice, while the register I had actually written on was an older version. It was possible. It was also possible that I was grasping at straws because the alternative, that someone had added that sentence after the fact and was now holding it up like a contract, felt too big to look at directly. "Look," I said, fighting to keep my voice level. "I'm not saying you don't need funding. I get that this all costs money. I just don't understand why I'm being asked to pay almost $2,000 for walking up a trail and then doing what I was told when a guy with a radio said, "Come down." The woman's expression did not change. If anything, it softened, like she was dealing with a reasonable complaint from a customer. "You're being asked to contribute," she emphasized, suggested. "No one is slapping cuffs on you if you say no." But the more people who use this area without supporting the infrastructure, the sooner it disappears. Then the next time somebody really is in trouble up there, no one comes when they press that little red SOS button. At the mention of SOS, Hank glanced over from the corkboard, eyes moving almost imperceptibly to the outline of the inReach in the side pocket of my pack near my chair. It was a quick look, the kind of glance you would miss if you were not watching for it. I noticed. The fridge kicked back to life with a low, grinding purr. The sound filled the room again, closing the brief gap the silence had left. The radio on the table spat out another "copy that," as if answering a question no one had asked. The whole scene had the feel of a stage set that had been rehearsed many times. Lines delivered in the right places. Props arranged just so. Evidence produced at the precise moment it was needed. Nothing overtly illegal. Nothing overtly harmless. Just a slow, tightening narrative in which my role was to sign at the bottom and walk away lighter by an amount they had already decided was fair. I realized my fingers were still resting on the form, just above the suggested contribution line. My thumb pressed down slightly, leaving a faint, oily smudge on the heavy paper. "Do people ever refuse?" I asked. "Sometimes," she said. "Sometimes they get confused or upset. They go home, they read it again, they call the number, they talk it through. Most reasonable people understand, in the end, that supporting the system that might one day save their life isn't exactly being scammed." She let the last word hang there for a breath, as if daring me to grab it. The fluorescent tube above us flickered once more, harder this time, making the edges of the room ripple for a heartbeat. In that tiny stutter of light, the woman's eyes seemed to darken, the shadows under them deepen. Then the bulb steadied. The room snapped back into its buzzing, humming normal. "Like I said," she finished, tapping the bottom of the page again. "It's just acknowledgement. We're not here to make your life difficult, Daniel. We're here to make sure everyone gets home, including you." The pen was still lying next to the form when the younger guy finally spoke up. "Before he signs that," he said, fingers pausing over his keyboard, "we should check if he's already been notified. No point duplicating the workflow." He said it like he was talking about a software process, not a person. The woman glanced at him, then at me. "Good point," she said. "Daniel, can I see your phone for a second? We've got to verify whether the system has already sent you an advisory about cost recovery. It happens automatically sometimes when people enter an active zone." "Advisory," I repeated. "Like a text?" "Could be text, could be email," the younger man said, swiveling the laptop slightly toward himself again. "Depends on what the system pulls from your profile. If you've already been notified, you'll just be acknowledging what you've already agreed to. Keeps our audit trail clean." Profile, audit trail. The words slid out of his mouth like they belonged to my office, not a one-room cabin in the woods. I hesitated, feeling the familiar weight of my phone in my pocket like it had suddenly grown heavier. In normal life, "Can I see your phone?" is a loaded question. But here, in this fluorescent box, with a search patch and a quasi-ranger jacket between me and the trail, saying no would immediately move me into some category I did not want. uncooperative, suspicious, subject. Sure, I said, because that is what people usually say when authority asks for something in a place that feels like nowhere. I pulled the phone out and handed it over. The younger guy stood up for the first time, the chair legs scraping harshly on the wooden floor. Up close, he smelled faintly of energy drink and deodorant that had given up an hour ago. His t-shirt had some faded logo on it I did not recognize. Mountains again, this time stylized. He took my phone with the kind of casual familiarity that said he did this a lot. Without asking, he reached to the edge of the table where a white charging cable already snaked from a multi-plug adapter in the wall. The end of it lay coiled, waiting, like they had been expecting someone to hand over a device. "Gotta juice it while it's here, right?" he said, almost a joke. He plugged the cable into the port at the bottom of my phone. For a brief second, the lock screen lit up bright in the cabin's washed-out light. The familiar image, a photo of my wife and I on a beach last year, sun in our eyes, flashed into existence and then was overlaid almost instantly by a small rectangle at the top of the screen. Bank of America. Unusual activity detected on your account. Tap to review. The notification sat there for maybe half a second, just long enough for my brain to register the logo and the words before his thumb swiped up, dismissing it. "Wait," I said, sharper than I intended. Are you charging me already?" He did not even look at me. "That's just a push," he said. "You probably bought gas or something out of state. Banks freak out about that. We're not touching your money, man. Relax. I'm just seeing if our system pings your device." He tapped the screen a few more times, quick, practiced movements. I caught a glimpse of my home screen, apps in their familiar grid, red badges over email and Slack, and some game I had not opened in months. For a second, the signal bars pulsed from no service to a single flicker and back again. Then he hit the side button, locking it, the display going black. The cable stayed in. "It needs to stay plugged in?" I asked. "Helps with connectivity," he said. "We've got a repeater running off the generator, but service is spotty. Phone needs to be on long enough to catch the advisory if it's out there. Policy." He said that last word with a little shrug, as if shrugging off any responsibility for it. The woman turned the form slightly, giving me a better view of the middle section again. "All this does," she said, tapping the text, "is align your acknowledgement with what the system has probably already told you. We're not inventing anything new here, Daniel. This is just the hard copy." I kept my eyes on my phone, now lying face down on the table, the white cable trailing from it to the wall. A small part of me wanted to snatch it back, to check that banking notification, to see what unusual activity meant in this context. Another part, the part acutely aware that I was indoors, in someone else's space, with no clear idea how to get back to the main trail without them, kept my hand exactly where it was. I looked back down at the bottom of the form. My gaze stuck again on the email address, infomountainrecovery.co. .co? I said, hearing my own voice go tighter. I mean, no offense, but I've never seen a county department use a private .co domain. Shouldn't this be, I don't know, gov or something? Or .use? That earned me a small, almost imperceptible tightening of the woman's jaw. "We're a contracted partner," she said, the words ready on her tongue. "The county uses gov. We use our own domain. It's cleaner to keep systems separated. If you have an issue with that, You're welcome to take it up with your commissioner's office when you get home." Her tone did not change, but there was a slight steel in it now. Not a threat. More like a reminder of where I ranked here. "Plenty of services work like that now," the younger guy added, sitting back down, the cable tugging slightly as he adjusted. "Ambulances, air med, hospital billing, county contracts, private billing. You live in Texas. You know how it is." He was not wrong. Images flickered up unbidden. A friend complaining about a surprise bill from an ambulance ride after a car accident. Stories in the news about air ambulance companies charging tens of thousands of dollars for flights people never directly chose. Even back home, in our calm little suburb, the fire department had some kind of subscription program now. Pay yearly and avoid fees if they ever had to roll a truck to your house. Private contractors, third-party billing, cost recovery. It was all part of the background noise of modern life, the way we had decided emergencies worked. I felt my indignation slip a half step, not gone, but sidestepped by familiarity. "Look," the woman said, softer now, as if sensing the shift. "I get that nobody likes seeing numbers on paper, but this is about shared responsibility. The mountain doesn't maintain itself. The helicopters don't fuel themselves. Our volunteers don't buy their own gear forever. The county cannot eat all of that, not these days." Her gaze held mine, steady. "You walked into an active operation," she said. "We didn't pull you out of your car. We're just asking you to help cover what it costs to keep this safety net under everyone who comes up here. If you want to call that unfair, that's your right. But it's the policy we've been told to work under." There it was again. Policy. The magic word people use when they want to stop a conversation without saying no outright. The fridge hummed, then paused, then resumed with a faint clunk. The radio on the table coughed out another brief, contextless phrase. "Copy that, command." "Holding position." The fluorescent tube overhead buzzed a little louder, its light pulsing once in a way that made the edges of the paper on the table tremble. I rubbed my thumb along the edge of the form, feeling the slight roughness of cut paper. My brain ran two threads at once, one that cataloged everything wrong with this setup: the domain, the way they already had my information, the fact that my phone was now connected to their power strip, and one that tried very hard to normalize it. Maybe, I told myself, this is just what modern backcountry management looks like. Maybe the cabin is a leftover from some logging operation, and the county uses it for temporary command. Maybe Mountain Recovery Services is exactly what the logo says: an incident support contractor. Maybe the Bank of America notification was about the gas I bought that morning, or the hotel hold dropping off, and had nothing to do with the cable now feeding my phone. It is amazing how quickly the mind will work to make a wrong thing sound less wrong when the alternative is admitting you are sitting in a trap. Hank shifted his weight by the corkboard. The floor creaked under him. He had not said anything for a while, but his presence was a constant pressure in the room, like a piece of furniture you could not move around. "We're not swiping your card here," he said finally, as if that made it gentler. "This isn't the movies. You're not walking out with a receipt. The form goes into the system. They send you an official statement later. If you want to dispute it then, you can. But the first step is acknowledging you were here during this, and that you understand the policy." I could feel my shoulders tightening, a low-grade tension settling between my shoulder blades, like a muscle spasm that would not quite release. "Okay," I said slowly. "So I sign, and you What, email me a bill? Not us, the woman said. The billing office. You saw the address. It will come from them. We're just the face of the operation, Daniel. We don't even see the numbers after this. I almost laughed at that. An inappropriately sharp sound that stayed trapped in my chest. My phone, still lying face down on the table, buzzed once. Not the double buzz of a text. The single, short pulse of a push notification. The cable twitched slightly with the vibration. No one reached for it. The younger guy glanced at it, then at the screen of his laptop, as if following some invisible playbook. The cabin felt suddenly smaller, the ceiling lower. The hum of the neon and the churn of the fridge pressed in from all sides. Outside, through the thin walls, the wind slid fingers through the trees, but the sound barely made it in, swallowed by mechanical noise. I realized I was gripping the edge of the table a little too hard, knuckles pale. Somewhere under the layers of rationalization, a sharper awareness began needling at the edges of my thoughts. Not a full alarm yet, just a quiet, persistent question. If this is all so routine, why does every piece of it feel like it has been designed first for the paperwork and only second for the people? The pen was still sitting near the signature line when I remembered the one thing in this whole situation that did not belong to their system. The Garmin. My wife had bought the InReach Mini for me the Christmas before that trip. It had come in a small, bright orange box with marketing copy about true two-way satellite communication and global SOS coverage. She made me promise that if I was ever alone in the woods, I would carry it, even if I never turned it on. Humor me, she had said. I don't care how safe you think it is. Just clip it to your pack. So I had. On every hike since, it rode in the front pocket of my day pack, powered off, a little plastic insurance policy against something I could never quite picture. I had never used it beyond the initial setup. I knew, in theory, that pressing and holding the SOS button would send a distress signal to a 24/7 coordination center, which would then contact local authorities. That was the marketing promise anyway. I stared at the form, at the email address, at my phone lying face down with someone else's cable in it, and felt a thin line of anger straighten inside me. I need my inhaler, I said. The woman looked up, eyebrows lifting just enough to register the words. I've got mild asthma, I added quickly, raising a hand to my chest like I could feel it there. It's in my pack by the door. I'm fine right now, I just feel it tightening a bit. Can I grab it? That part, at least, was true. My chest did feel tight, but whether it was from climbing, from nerves, or from actual bronchial constriction, I could not have said. The inhaler was in the top pocket of my pack, next to the Garmin. I clung to that fact like a lifeline. The woman's eyes flicked past me, toward the front of the cabin, where they had had me drop my pack on the way in, so we're not tripping over gear. I could see just the edge of it from where I sat. A dark shape against the wall near the doorframe. You're not in any distress right now? She asked, weighing liability on instinct. No, I said. I just want it on me, in case. She considered that for a beat, then nodded once. Sure, she said. No problem. Hank, go with him, please. Leave the door open. She emphasized that last part just enough to make it clear the open door was not for my comfort. Hank pushed off from the corkboard, the floor creaking under his boots. He didn't sigh, but his shoulders carried that faint slump of a man who has been given one more chore at the end of a long day. Come on, he said to me, tilting his head toward the doorway. We'll grab your meds. I stood up, my knees stiff from the folding chair. The room's hum seemed louder, with my body no longer absorbing some of it. As I stepped away from the table, I felt the tug of invisible threads. Form, pen, phone, trying to pull me back. We passed through the main doorway into a short, narrow hall that ran along the front of the cabin. I had barely registered it on the way in, too focused on the form and the people. Now, stripped of the main room's blinding white, it felt like a different world, as if the building had changed its skin. The light here came from a single bare bulb in a cheap fixture screwed into the ceiling. The glass was yellowed, the bulb itself slightly dimmer than it should have been. It cast a weak, honey-colored cone that did not quite reach the far end of the hall, where the wood turned darker and more uncertain. The walls were the same rough planks as the main room, but the stain looked older here, unevenly applied, as if someone had run out halfway. Knots in the wood stood out in darker circles, like eyes that had been painted over but were still watching. A faint draft moved along the floor, carrying with it the thinner, cleaner smell of the clearing outside. It mixed with the cabin's trapped scents, old coffee, damp wood, sweat, to create a layered, closed-in odor. The bulb flickered as we stepped under it, a soft, lazy blink that made the hall briefly lurch in and out of shadow. By comparison, the sounds from the main room seemed farther away. Muted keyboard clacks, the soft murmur of the woman's voice, a crackle from one of the radios. They came through the open doorway behind us like noise from a television in another apartment. My pack sat where I had left it, propped against the wall near the front door. The door itself stood slightly ajar, per instructions, the thin rectangle of daylight outside already edging toward evening gray. A sliver of the clearing was visible, a slice of dirt, the ghost of the white truck's tailgate, the darker line of trees beyond. Hank stopped a step behind me. I could hear him more than see him. The weight of his boots on the boards, the faint rustle of his jacket when he shifted. He did not crowd me, but he did not move away either. "Top pocket?" he asked, as if to prove he was paying attention. "Yeah," I said. "Just give me a second." I knelt, the floorboard under my right knee complaining in a long, splintery creak. Up close, the hall smelled more strongly of dust and old pine. I unbuckled the top flap of the pack, fingers doing what they had done 100 times before on other, simpler outings. My heart was pounding harder than it should have been for a man just bending down to get an inhaler. I could feel it in my throat, in my ears, syncing up with the distant thrum of the generator and the high whine of the cabin's fluorescent lights. The combined rhythm made everything feel like it had been pushed into a slightly faster frame rate. I coughed once, a dry, unconvincing sound to sell the asthma. My hand slid into the top pocket, past the familiar shape of the plastic inhaler, and closed around a smaller, harder rectangle. The Garmin's case was cool to the touch. I could feel the raised ridges of its sides, the slight give of the rubberized buttons. The moment my fingers wrapped fully around it, the world changed. It was not gradual. It was a switch being thrown. The hum from the main room disappeared. The generator out back, which I had not even consciously noticed as a separate sound anymore, stuttered and went silent, its constant low-grade vibration cutting off like someone had yanked its cord. The fluorescent wine vanished. The tiny fan inside the fridge stopped. Even the quiet background hiss of the radio ceased. No static, no random copy Nothing. In that instant, the only sounds left were the ones that had been losing the fight all along. The soft sigh of wind outside sliding through the trees, faintly audible through the cracked door, and the solid weight of Hank's boots as he shifted his stance behind me. Wood groaning under the concentrated pressure. The bulb above us flickered once, went dark, and then, a heartbeat later, sputtered back to life at half its previous strength, buzzing faintly as if annoyed at the interruption. It was 1 second, maybe less, but it felt carved out of time. In that pocket of silence, clean, absolute, purposeful, I pressed and held the SOS button on the side of the Garmin. The inReach woke with a tiny, high-pitched chime that sounded impossibly loud in the hush. Its small screen glowed to life, pale blue-white in the dim hall. It showed the Garmin logo for a blink, then jumped straight to the SOS confirmation I had only ever seen in the manual. A prompt asking if I wanted to trigger an emergency call, explaining in tiny font that this would alert a 24/7 coordination center. My thumb hovered for the barest fraction of a second, then tapped OK. The device vibrated once in my hand, a short, insect-like buzz. On the screen, the word SOS appeared in a bold red box. Beneath it, a small status line read, "Sending emergency message." The generator coughed back to life outside, its heavy rumble slamming into the quiet like someone had dropped a concrete block into still water. The fridge kicked on almost simultaneously, compressor grinding. From the main room, the fluorescent light's whine surged again, racing back to its previous, overstimulating pitch. The bulb above us brightened, steadied, its earlier flicker smoothed over as if embarrassed. The keyboard clacking resumed in the other room, and a voice from one of the radios burst through with a crisp, "Copy that" command, as if filling in the silence retroactively. I tucked my head slightly, pretending to root around for the inhaler as my thumb flew over the tiny inReach keys. The interface was not built for speed or panic. Each press was a deliberate, slightly squishy click on the miniature rubber buttons. My hands shook just enough to make it harder. "Not official," I typed, the letters appearing painfully slow on the two-line screen. "Old cabin near Elk Ridge. Send real police." The message field blinked full. I hit send. The status at the top of the screen updated, connecting to satellites. A small, triangular icon spun in the corner, searching. I angled the device toward the thin strip of sky visible through the open door, as I vaguely remembered the instructions saying. Hank cleared his throat behind me. "You good?" he asked. "Need me to grab it?" "Got it," I said quickly, letting my other hand finally close around the inhaler and pull it free as cover. Just needed a second. On the Garmin screen, the status line changed again. SOS message sent, waiting for response. Beneath that, in smaller font, so small I almost missed it at first, a second line faded in, forwarding to registered local partner. The words pulsed once, then stabilized. Under them, a name slowly resolved, scrolling into view like some cheerful banner in a software update. Mountain Recovery LLC. For a heartbeat, I thought I had read it wrong. My eyes darted to the top of the form in the other room in my memory. Mountain Recovery Services. Different suffix, same root. The email address at the bottom, amountainrecovery.co. I looked back down at the Garmin, at the words I had just sent out into what I thought was a clean, independent channel. Not official. Send real police. The device, in its polite little digital voice, was telling me exactly where my plea had gone. To them. Behind me, Hank shifted his boots again, the floorboard under him giving a long, quiet creak that sounded, in that moment, like the universe exhaling. "You gonna take that inhaler, or just hold on to it for moral support?" he asked lightly. I slipped the inReach and the inhaler both into my jacket pocket, the Garmin screen still glowing faintly through the fabric. The words, Mountain Recovery LLC, burned into my vision like an afterimage. "Yeah," I said, forcing my hand to bring the inhaler up, to do the familiar shake, press, inhale, routine my body could manage on autopilot. Just catching my breath. Walking back into the main room felt like stepping on stage again after slipping into the wings. The fluorescent tubes resumed their dominance, buzzing overhead in that too bright way that made everything else feel like a backdrop. The fridge was back to its steady chug in the corner. The corkboard maps waited on the wall, and the form still lay on the table where I had left it, patient as a spider. The only difference was inside my jacket pocket, a small rectangle of plastic and circuitry, still warm from my hand, still quietly telling whoever was on the other end that there was an emergency at a cabin near Elk Ridge. An emergency it had already politely forwarded to Mountain Recovery LLC. I sat down again, the folding chair complaining under my weight. The woman gave me a quick, assessing look, eyes flicking to my chest as if to check whether I was actually breathing easier after my supposed inhaler break. "Feeling better?" she asked. "Yeah," I said, letting a little residual roughness into my voice. "Thanks." She gestured to the form. "Good," she said. "Then let's get you finished up so you can get down before it gets too dark." I stared at the bottom of the page again, at the suggested contribution, 1,850, Saklar. The number was not going to change by me looking at it, but my brain kept circling it anyway. "All right," I said, trying to sound like a man who had come to a reluctant decision. "Look, I don't love this, but I get that there's policy, or whatever. I can't do 1850 right now without talking to my wife. We share everything, but I can do part of it. Half, maybe. That way I'm not walking out of here having given you nothing." It came out smoother than I expected. Reasonable. Compromising. "Half?" the younger guy repeated from his station by the laptop. His fingers had been hovering over the keys, waiting for their cue. "That's 925. System can take that." The woman considered me for a moment. There was a little calculation visible in her gaze, like she was deciding whether to press now or later. "That's your call," she said finally. "If you want to settle the rest when you get the official statement, that's between you and billing. We're not here to squeeze every last dime out of anyone. We just need the acknowledgement and a good faith contribution." The words, "good faith," landed with a hollow little thud. "I'll need to call her to make sure the card we use has room," I added. "We keep one for travel, one for day-to-day. I don't want this bouncing." "You can call her on the drive down," she said, almost before I finished. "We're not going to run it this second. We're just authorizing the charge posts when the statement goes out." My eyes drifted to my phone, still lying face down on the table near the younger guy, cable plugged in. It had not buzzed again since the last notification. It looked more like an object in their inventory now than mine. "Okay," I said slowly. "So you just need the card number?" "And zip and billing address," the younger man said, already turning the laptop slightly toward himself, fingers poised. "Standard stuff. We're not storing your soul in here, just the data the processor needs." He smiled at his own joke. No one else did. He unplugged nothing. The laptop stayed tethered to the multi-plug adapter on the wall, little green light glowing on its power brick. His screen was angled away from me enough that I could not see what software he was using, just a vague sense of windows and fields. "Whenever you're ready," he said. I recited the numbers, more slowly than I would have at a normal checkout counter. Some of the slowness was performance, buying time, stretching seconds. Some of it was real. My mouth felt dry, my tongue clumsy. Each group of 4 digits sounded strangely loud in the small room, echoing faintly off the wood. Name on card? Daniel Harper. Expiration, I told him. 3-digit code. I gave him that too, hating the feeling of the numbers leaving my head and entering whatever system they were feeding. It felt like a small, irrevocable leak. Billing zip? I said, our Texas zip code. The one I had typed into 100 online forms, the one burned into muscle memory. Billing address? I recited our street, our city, the familiar pattern of words that meant home. Hearing them out loud in that cabin, under that buzzing light, made them feel distant and fragile, like a place in a story instead of a real driveway with a real mailbox. The younger guy's fingers danced over the keys, entering it all. The keyboard clacked with that cheap, plasticky sound that says someone bought the laptop for utility, not pleasure. Every so often, his index finger would flick the trackpad with a soft click. On the table beside him, my phone lay like a beached fish, tethered by their cable. The woman watched the exchange with a kind of mild detachment, as if this part was out of her hands now. Hank leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, gaze moving between us and the front door, split attention that somehow made me feel even more boxed in. The fridge's compressor hit a slightly higher note, like it was working harder. The fluorescent tube sputtered once, then steadied. One of the radios on the table crackled to life, voice cutting through the static in clipped phrases. Unit 2 at upper switchback. Negative visual. Repeat, negative. Holding until further instruction. Over. Copy that, too, came the reply. The middle-aged dispatcher tone I was starting to recognize. Hold position. Maintain radio silence unless you have eyes or a subject call-in. Over. The word subject again. I tried not to think about which subject they meant. The younger guy nodded to himself at something on his screen. Okay, he said. Cards in the system. Nothing's actually hit yet. Once the incident is closed, the billing office will process the contribution and send you an itemized statement. You'll see Archuleta County Incident Support, Mountain Recovery on your bank side. It might bundle with other charges if they incurred anything else, travel, etc. Other charges? I asked. Just hypotheticals, he said quickly. This is just the contribution. I'm just saying how it shows up sometimes. Don't stress. He clicked once more. The trackpad made a sharp, definitive sound. In the moment after that click, a different noise started to bleed into the room. At first, I thought it was the generator changing tone again, or maybe some piece of equipment kicking on outside. A low, rumbling growl that grew steadily louder. But this had a rhythm to it, a familiar combustion pattern, an engine. It was distant at first, somewhere down the service road, the sound muffled by trees and distance. Then it grew, the pitch rising as it climbed. Gravel began to ping under its tires, a sharp, staccato accompaniment to the deeper roar. The noise swelled, filling the small cabin's air, vibrating slightly in the boards beneath our feet. Hank's head turned toward the front window even before the others reacted. His posture changed, not dramatically, but enough. A small straightening, a shift of weight toward the door. The woman's eyes narrowed just a fraction. "Expecting anyone?" the younger guy asked, half joking, as his fingers hovered above the keyboard again. No one answered him. The engine sound reached the clearing outside, the change in surface unmistakable. Gravel under load has its own voice, a crunch and spray that you feel as much as hear. The vehicle slowed, its rumble dropping in pitch. There was a soft squeal as brakes engaged, not hard, but decisively. Then a faint hiss as they released. For a second, everything held. A breath before something breaks. Then a voice boomed through the wall. It came from outside, projected and flattened by a loudspeaker. The words were distorted by the cheap PA system, but their content was clear enough to cut straight through my chest. "Sheriff's office," the voice barked. "Open the door." The fluorescent light seemed to flinch. The fridge's hum felt suddenly thin. The woman muttered something under her breath, a small, tense curse that did not match the calm tone she had been using a minute before. It came out sharp and soft at the same time. Hank pushed off the door frame, crossing the room in 3 quick strides to the front window. The younger guy swore more openly, a louder word that bounced off the wood. His hand flew to the power cord of his laptop, and he yanked it from the adapter with a harsh little pop. The screen flickered, then stayed on, running on battery now. The sudden absence of its charging light made the already crowded outlet look strangely naked. A second shout came, closer this time. The PA mic held nearer to whoever was speaking. "Archuleta County Sheriff's Office," the voice declared. "We need you to step outside, folks, now." My heart, which had already been beating too fast, kicked into a higher gear. Relief and dread crashed into each other in my chest, like 2 waves colliding. Someone had come. Whether it was for me, for the Subaru, or for something else entirely, there was real law enforcement outside the cabin door. For the first time since stepping into that buzzing little room, I was not entirely sure which side of it was safer. The third hit on the door was hard enough that the wood frame shuddered. It was not a polite knock. It was the kind of blow that said someone out there had a badge, a reason, and very little patience left. The sound echoed through the cabin, rattling the cheap fluorescent fixtures overhead, so that one of them buzzed louder in protest. "Sheriff's office." The amplified voice came again, closer, less distorted now. "Open the door." Up close, stripped of the PA distortion, the accent was different from the radio voice we had been hearing all afternoon. This was lower, flatter, with that mountain rural drawl you only get from people who grew up in one valley their whole lives. There was a casual, baked-in authority in it that no training video can teach. Inside, everything went tight. The woman snapped her head toward the door, eyes narrowing, then back to me. For the first time since I had walked in, the veneer slipped. I saw something raw and irritated flash behind her professional calm. Less surprise, more annoyance, like someone whose carefully controlled schedule had just been blown up by an unscheduled inspection. She leaned across the table, putting her face closer to mine. Up close, I could smell coffee on her breath, gone past its prime, and the faint tang of sweat under whatever deodorant she was using. "You say anything about the form?" she said quietly, each word clipped and precise. "I swear it'll get way more complicated for you." The softness of her voice made the threat worse. She was not raising it. She was not bluffing. She was simply stating a condition. Speak, and your life gets harder. My mouth went dry. I could feel my tongue stick briefly to the roof of it. On the far side of the room, Hank moved. I had expected him to step toward the door, maybe call out something about incident command and coordinated response. But instead, he peeled away from the window in a smooth, practiced motion and disappeared through a narrow doorway at the back of the cabin I had not really noticed before. A shadowed gap, half hidden by a hanging jacket, swallowed him whole. 1 second he was there, search patch visible on his shoulder. The next, he was gone. A part of my brain tracked his path, mapping it onto the exterior of the building in my mind. Back room, maybe, or a secondary exit downhill. A way out that did not involve walking past the badge outside. Another blow shook the door. "Last time, folks," the outside voice yelled, louder now, the PA straining. "You don't open this thing. We're coming through it. Sheriff's office, step away from the door." A sliver of red-blue light flickered across the grime-filmed window beside the door, an echo of the light bar outside cutting through the dusk. It sliced across the corkboard maps, turning the rivers into briefly glowing veins, then slid away as the vehicle outside shifted position. The younger guy by the laptop was suddenly all nervous movement. He unplugged his machine fully now, coiling the power cord so fast it knocked over one of the plastic water bottles on the table. It tipped, rolled, and fell to the floor with a hollow clatter, sending a thin stream of water across the boards. "Shit," he hissed, grabbing for it. The word hung in the air, sharp and adolescent. The radios on the table were conspicuously quiet. No one on their internal net seemed particularly eager to acknowledge the presence of an actual sheriff's truck in the clearing. The woman straightened, dragged a breath in through her nose, and smoothed her face back into something approximating professional neutrality. "We're fine," she called toward the door, raising her voice for the first time. "Stand by, we're opening. No need to break anything." She flashed me a quick, tight smile that did not even pretend to reach her eyes. "Just answer their questions," she said under her breath. "About the hike, about the car. You start freelancing beyond that. You're on your own." Another knock, closer this time, more of a pounding, open-handed slap on the wood than a fist. The doorknob rattled. I realized, in a weird, doubled way, that I was stuck exactly where I had been for the past hour, between two versions of authority. On one side, a pair of people who already had my full name, address, driver's license digits, car rental info, and now my credit card, zip, and billing address. People who knew there was no cell service up here, who had a cable in my phone, who had just watched me recite nearly every piece of data someone would need to make my life miserable from a distance. On the other side, a voice attached to a badge I had never seen before, from a county I did not live in, at the end of a road I did not know how to find again without them. Both had guns. One had my money. Both believed they were in charge. The door jerked inward half an inch, then stopped against the chain they had apparently remembered to latch at some point. The flimsy metal hardware stretched, straining. "Chains on," the younger guy muttered. "No kidding," the woman snapped, then raised her voice again. "Back up from the door, deputy. I'm removing the security chain now. No one here is resisting." Her tone had shifted into something more official now, clipped, but polite. The way two bureaucrats talk when they know the conversation might end up in a report. She walked toward the door, every step measured. I could see the tension in her shoulders, the way her fingers curled once before she reached for the latch. The fluorescent lights buzzed, buzzing harder as if the electricity in the room itself was bracing. Through the narrow gap, I caught a distorted glimpse of a uniform sleeve, dark green or brown, not the same shade as hers. A patch with a 5-pointed star, ringed in text I could not read at that angle. The metal of a badge flashed dully. When she unhooked the chain, the metal links rattled against the doorframe, a small, nervous sound that seemed too loud. The door swung inward with more force than she probably expected, pushing her back half a step. In its place, filling the frame, stood a man in a sheriff's deputy uniform. He wore a tan shirt with dark green epaulets, the fabric pressed but not new. A patch on his shoulder clearly read, Archuleta County Sheriff's Office, around a 6-pointed star. On his chest, a metal badge gleamed under the cabin's harsh light, its raised points catching and throwing back slivers of neon white. A black duty belt sat heavy on his hips, holster, radio, flashlight, and handcuffs hanging from it in the familiar arrangement you see in every cop show. One hand held a mag light, beam already sweeping the interior. The other hovered near his belt, not on his gun, but close enough that the distance was a suggestion, not a barrier. Behind him, through the open door over his shoulder, I could see the sheriff's truck in the clearing, white with a green stripe down the side, the word sheriff in bold block letters. Its light bar pulsed red and blue through the grayish dusk, colors bouncing off the cabin's dirty windows and the side of the unmarked pickup parked nearby. The contrast was jarring. Under that cleaner, more directional light, the cabin looked suddenly different, smaller, cheaper. The laminated, temporary incident command, Elk Ridge Operation. Sign on the door sagged slightly at one corner, the duct tape holding it starting to peel away from the wood. The county seal printed at the top of the paper looked even more distorted now, the off-circle bulge obvious, the grayscale bleed making it look like a low-resolution sticker. Inside, the fluorescent buzz fought with the sheriff truck's engine idle, with the distant hiss of its radio occasionally squawking. The little refrigerator in the corner hummed on, oblivious. The deputy's flashlight beam swung past me, pausing just long enough to register my presence, then moved on, scanning maps, tables, faces. "What exactly are we doing up here, folks?" he asked, voice echoing off the wood. Up close, the accent was even more pronounced. Northern New Mexico and southern Colorado mixed together, consonants softening at the edges. The woman recovered quickly. "Temporary incident command for a backcountry search," she said smoothly. "Green Subaru at the Elk Ridge trailhead. We've got volunteers in the field. We've coordinated with dispatch." The deputy's gaze landed on the laminated sign, took in the tape, the logo, the slight warp. "Funny," he said. "Nobody at the actual dispatch mentioned a temporary command post this far in. Last I heard, coordination was out of town at the main office." He stepped further into the room, the dirt from his boots leaving faint marks on the boards. The mag light's beam caught the edge of the corkboard, the faces of the maps, the stack of forms, my phone on the table with their cable still plugged in. He looked back at me. "You the one who pushed an SOS?" he asked. My heart did something strange in my chest, halfway between a leap and a drop. I opened my mouth to answer, and from behind the deputy, from somewhere out in the clearing, another voice called, "Hey, Sarge, you're going to want to see this. Something's off with the signage out here." The deputy's jaw tightened just slightly. Without taking his eyes fully off us, he raised his radio to his shoulder and keyed it. "Copy," he said. "On my way. Stand by." The room felt like it was holding its breath. The woman's smile had hardened into something thinner, sharper. The younger guy had gone very still in his chair, hands resting flat on either side of the laptop, as if he was ready to slam it closed at the slightest wrong word. Between the real badge glinting in the mag light's beam and the laminated sign peeling on the wall, I realized I was standing in the crosshairs of two overlapping versions of the same story. And none of them, as far as I could tell, had been written with my safety in mind. The next part does not play back in my memory like a clean sequence. It is more like someone took a handful of images and sounds, shook them in a box, and threw them down out of order. Red and blue lights bouncing off tree trunks, gravel spitting under tires, the taste of metal in the back of my mouth that would not go away. By the time things settled, I was back where the whole stupid afternoon had started, at the trailhead. It was darker now, the sun gone behind the ridge. The sky had drained into that thin, washed-out blue that sits just above real night. The lot was a different scene than when I left it. My gray Ford rental bathed in the alternating glow of two sheriff trucks' light bars, the beams strobing across its windows and hood like it had done something wrong. The green Subaru was gone. In its place were fresh tire tracks in the red dirt. Cutting across the older ones, one of the deputies had parked his truck at an angle, as if he had arrived in a hurry and never bothered to straighten it. The bear-proof trash can and the Elk Ridge sign stood where they had always been, looking smaller under the pulsing lights. I sat on the open tailgate of my Ford, shoulders hunched, fingers laced together so tightly my knuckles were almost white. Someone had pulled my pack out of the cabin and dropped it next to me. The hip belt dangled, brushing lightly against my leg every time I moved. The deputy who had come into the cabin, same tan shirt, same real badge, stood in front of me, one boot braced on the bumper, hands on his knees as he leaned down just enough to meet my eye level. Without the harsh neon, he looked more human. The lines around his eyes were deeper. There was gray at his temples. Behind him, the second sheriff's truck idled, engine rumbling, radio occasionally crackling with other calls that had nothing to do with Elk Ridge. A couple of uniformed figures moved through the shadows at the edges of the lot, beams of their flashlights slicing across the ground as they checked the trail register, walked the perimeter, talked quietly into radios. "So," the deputy said, for the third time, "start from when you left the main trail. Who brought you down to that cabin again?" "Hank," I said. My voice sounded tired in my own ears. He said his name was Hank, search and rescue volunteer, green jacket, patch that just said search, radio on his shoulder, GPS on a lanyard. The deputy nodded slowly, as if storing the details somewhere in his head. "And he told you there was an active search?" he asked. "For the Subaru," I said. I jerked my chin toward the empty spot where it had been. Said they were running an operation, that they had a temporary incident command cabin down the service road. He led me there. Said they needed to log me out, so they didn't send a helicopter to look for me. The deputy's gaze flicked toward the mouth of the service road, barely visible beyond the edge of the lot, a darker gap between trees. "And in that cabin," he said, "they showed you a form." I nodded. "They had my name printed on it," I said. "My address in Texas. The rental car's plate number. The last four of my license. It looked like a county form at first. Same logo as the one on your truck, kind of, only off. A little blurry. They called it a hiker acknowledgement and rescue cost recovery agreement. I could hear my own voice slipping into the flat tone people use when giving statements. It felt detached, clinical, even though my heart was still beating too fast. They wanted me to sign, I went on. Said because I'd entered a backcountry area during an active search, I'd triggered readiness costs. Suggested contribution was $18.50. They had an email address at the bottom, some billing office, but the domain was mountainrecovery.co, not .gov. The deputy's jaw flexed once. He did not write anything down. I noticed he did not need to. He was listening like someone used to building cases from memory. And they asked for your card, he said. Yeah, I said. Name, number, expiration, CVV, ZIP, billing. The guy at the laptop, 20s, mountain logo on his shirt, typed it all in. Said they'd authorized a partial payment, half, that the rest would be billed later. He straightened up slowly, hands going to his hips. Red and blue washed over his face in alternating waves, lighting and erasing the tension there. I watched him glance over his shoulder, toward the service road again. Another deputy was talking to someone over the radio, voice too low for me to catch. One of the flashlights had been moved to the mouth of the old road, lighting the ruts where we had walked. So, what is that cabin actually? I asked. Because they had a sign. Temporary Incident Command. Maps. Radios. A fridge. It looked legit? Kind of. Just wrong. He let out a breath through his nose, slow. That structure's been up there a long time, he said. Used to be a seasonal staging site years ago. Fire crews, SAR, that kind of thing. County doesn't staff it anymore. Last official use I know of was, hell, before I made detective. So you didn't send them? No, he said. We do not have any current contract with a mountain recovery for on-site incident command. Far as my office is concerned, no one from the county authorized anyone to set up shop in that cabin this season. The wind shifted, pushing cool air through the lot. Somewhere in the distance, a helicopter thumped faintly. It might have been real, running some other call over another valley. Or it might have been my brain plugging in a sound it thought should be there in a story about rescues and mountains. The gravel under the nearest deputy's boots crunched as he moved. So, was I almost scammed? I asked. The question tasted bitter. Or is that actually legal, what they're doing? Partner contracts, cost recovery, whatever. He looked at me for a long second, weighing how much to say. If someone sends you a bill, he said finally, forward it to our office. Do not pay anyone directly, you hear? That's not really an answer, I said. It's the one I can give you right now, he replied. We're still figuring out whether what was going on up there is a crime, a civil mess, or some very creative interpretation of a policy somebody wrote 10 years ago and forgot about. Until we know, you treat any contact from mountain recovery like evidence, not an invoice. He stepped back, letting his flashlight beam sweep over the side of my Ford. The rental company's barcode sticker shone briefly in the glare. You've got your keys? He asked. I patted my pocket, felt the familiar lump of plastic. Next to it, the inReach sat heavy, its battery slowly ticking down somewhere under my fingers. Yeah, I said. I've got them. He nodded. Okay, we're done with you for tonight, he said. If you remember anything else, names, phrases, what kind of laptop that kid was using, you call the number on this card. He handed me a business card. It had the sheriff's office seal in the corner, the same real one from his patch, crisp and properly round. And if you get an email or a statement or some friendly reminder about your contribution, he added, meeting my eyes again, you bring it to us before you do anything else with it, no matter how official it looks. Understood? Understood, I said. He gave the tailgate a small, almost companionable tap with his knuckles and walked away toward the other deputies, his radio crackling softly as he keyed it. I sat there for another minute, letting the light bars strobe over me. The alternating colors made the trees pulse. The dirt seemed to breathe. The trailhead sign looked washed out. The white paint of Elk Ridge Loop, a ghost under the flashing. When they finally let me go, I closed the tailgate, slid behind the wheel, and started the Ford. The engine's normal, civilian rumble felt fragile compared to the truck's. I turned the headlights on. They cut through the dusk in two clean cones, illuminating the signboard, the bear-proof trash can, the empty space where the Subaru had been. As I eased the car toward the exit, I glanced once toward the mouth of the service road. In the distance, up the slope, I could see a break in the trees where the old clearing had to be. No light spilled from it now. No harsh fluorescent glow. No white pickup with a yellow bar on top. The cabin was a dark shape against a darker line of pines. For all I could tell, it could have been nothing more than another shadow. I followed the gravel track down toward the highway, the Ford's tires crunching over the same stones that had bounced off my rental when I arrived. The sheriff's truck stayed behind, their lights painting the trees until a bend took them out of my rear view. When the lot finally disappeared behind a wall of spruce, I let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. The road twisted once, twice, trees crowding close. On the third curve, I glanced in the rearview mirror again. Far up the hill, just before the forest swallowed my view completely, I caught one last glimpse of that clearing. The cabin was still a dark block. No neon, no generator, no human movement, just a silhouette. But at the edge of the clearing, near a stand of trees, something caught my headlights at a strange angle. A dull, reflective shape, half hidden in the brush. It took me a second to understand what I was seeing. A wooden sign, weather-beaten and old, lay at an angle in the crook of a split trunk, as if someone had ripped it from a post and shoved it there to get it out of sight. The paint was faded, but in the brief, flickering light from my rear window, I could make out the ghost of the words, "Emergency Staging Area," and below it, carved and painted with care, the real county logo, the one that matched the deputy's badge exactly. Then the road curved again, trees closed in, and the sign slid out of view, leaving me alone with my headlights, my steering wheel, and the steady, unpleasant knowledge that I had walked straight into a system someone else had built in the cracks of the real one. The first thing I remember about coming home is the heat. Colorado had been cool in that crisp, high-altitude way, even when the sun was out. Dallas in late summer was something else entirely. The air at the airport hit me like a damp towel the second the automatic doors whooshed open, thick, warm, carrying jet fuel and car exhaust and that faint, permanent smell of hot asphalt. My wife picked me up at arrivals in her Subaru, the good kind, the normal kind, the kind that did not have its door hanging open on a dirt lot. The AC blasted cold air in my face as soon as I slumped into the passenger seat. Country radio hummed low on the speakers. She leaned over, kissed my cheek, then pulled back just far enough to really look at me. "You look tired," she said. "Long day," I replied. It was not a lie. On the drive home, she asked the questions you were supposed to ask when someone comes back from a trip. How was the hotel? Did the client drive you crazy? Did you get to see anything? Or was it just conference rooms? I told her about the mountains, because that part was easy. About the way the peaks looked like something from a postcard, the way the air smelled near the creek, the quiet on the trail before everything twisted sideways. I described the view from the switchback before I met Hank, how you could see the valley spread out like a relief map, rivers and roads stitched through it. I did not tell her about the cabin, or the form, or the man who knew my license plate and the last 4 digits of my ID without ever seeing my wallet. Somewhere between the airport and Louisville, I decided that explaining all of that would only make it more real. Saying it out loud would turn it from something that happened far away, in a place that already felt half dream, into something that existed in our living room, under our own tired ceiling fan. I was not ready for that, so I edited. I cut the story at the trailhead. I told her I saw an open car door, felt weird, and mentioned it to a ranger on my way out. That was technically true in some sideways way. I left out the rest. I let the drive home be about traffic and takeout, and whose turn it was to empty the dishwasher. Our house welcomed me back with its usual small noises. The AC unit rattled faintly when it kicked on, the vent in the hallway sighing as cool air poured through it. The fridge hummed in the kitchen, just like the one in the cabin, but here the sound felt benign, domestic, safe. Ice maker clicking, thermostat clicking, garage door groaning shut, all the normal suburban machinery of our life. I slept badly that first night, but I blamed it on travel. My dreams kept slipping toward neon light and buzzing ballasts, toward fluorescent tubes that flickered in patterns like Morse code. Once, I jolted awake certain I'd heard someone knock 3 times on our front door. Hard, impatient. When I checked the peephole, the porch was empty. Only the moths battering themselves against the glass, drawn to the entryway light. Work came back the next morning, like it had been waiting at my desk the whole time. Open office, gray carpet, rows of monitors. The overhead fluorescence in the building had the same hum as the cabins, only softer, diluted by corporate acoustics and cheerful motivational posters. The copier whirred and clanked in the corner, spewing warm pages that smelled faintly of toner and burnt paper. Someone reheated fish in the break room microwave before 10 a.m., sending waves of stale ocean smell through the air vents. My monitor woke up with a cascade of notifications. Outlook, Teams, Slack, the white noise of digital life. "How was Colorado?" my manager asked, leaning over the half wall between our cubicles. "Pretty," I said. "Client was fine, got a hike in." "That's the way to do it," he replied, already half turned back to his screen. "Get something out of the travel besides hotel points." The day filled itself with spreadsheets and status calls. A project timeline here, a bug report there. Lunch at my desk, staring at a salad I barely tasted. At some point, someone's phone played a video too loud, tinny audio bleeding over the clack of keyboards. My brain cataloged the sounds automatically, building a new soundscape to overlay on the old one. It was almost a week before I realized how often my mind kept jumping back to the cabin at random moments. Standing at the office copier, watching blank paper disappear and reappear with black ink on it, I would suddenly see the stack of forms on that plastic table. My name already printed in dark strokes. Sitting in traffic on I-35, the red glow of brake lights stretching ahead. I would think about the red LED on the inReach screen, blinking out its SOS to the wrong people. At 2 a.m, lying awake next to my sleeping wife, listening to the AC cycle on, I would remember the 1 second in that hallway when every electrical sound in the cabin stopped at once. That carved out silence. The way the world had felt like it was holding its breath while I pressed a button. Every time that memory rose up, I pushed it back down. "You're home," I would tell myself. Nothing followed you. It was just trip weirdness, a bad day at the edge of somebody else's messed up system. Life has a way of burying things for you if you let it. Weeks turned into months. The terror receded into something more like a story I had heard once, about someone else. The edges blurred. Hank's face got fuzzy. The woman's voice flattened. The first real test came when the credit card bill arrived. We do our finances the same day every month. She prints the statements. I reconcile the charges against our budget spreadsheet. It is stupidly domestic, but it works. That night, we sat at the dining table under the soft yellow light of the pendant lamp, stacks of paper between us, her pen tapping lightly as she added numbers in the margins. Her card had the usual suspects: Target, gas, a couple of online orders. Mine had the hotel in Pagosa Springs, the rental car deposit, airport parking, 2 dinners, 1 gas station run. I scanned the list slowly, line by line, waiting to see it. Something with mountain recovery in the descriptor, or incident support, or Archuleta County with some amount that started with an 18. There was nothing. Just Holiday Inn, Pagosa Springs, Hertz, Denver, ExxonMobil, Denver NTL Airport Park, a couple of Starbucks hits from layovers. The biggest single charge was the hotel. "Everything look right?" my wife asked, sipping her tea. "Yeah," I said, feeling something in my chest loosen. "Looks normal." When she went to feed the dog, I checked the online portal too, just in case. Pending transactions, recent activity, anything that might have been waiting in the wings. The screen showed me the same mundane list. No big surprises. No $1,800 contribution lurking under some vague descriptor. I should have called the sheriff's office then, told them the charge never hit, asked what they had found, if anything, when they went back up there after I left. Instead, I closed the browser, shut the laptop, and let out a breath I had not realized I was holding. Guess they dropped it, I thought. Maybe the deputies scared them off. Maybe they packed up and left. Maybe they were never that organized to begin with. It was easier to believe that than to sit with the idea that some fictitious mountain recovery still had my card information and was just waiting. After that, it got easier to file the whole thing away under strange but over. Colorado became a story I told at beers with coworkers in a cleaned up version. Got caught in some weird bureaucratic thing on a hike, I would say. Sheriff's office got involved. Thought I was going to get stuck with some insane bill, but it never showed up. Mountain towns, man. They do things different. People would laugh, shake their heads, trade their own travel horror stories. Bad Airbnbs, lost luggage, airline screw-ups. No one else had a cabin incident command scam to offer, but the rhythm was the same. We all had our little brushes with systems that were not built for us. Our life in Dallas rolled on. Monday through Friday, I drove the same route to the office, past the same strip malls, and car dealerships. The same radio announcers crack the same bad jokes between traffic reports. At lunch, I ate the same handful of places within walking distance. Weekends, my wife and I did Costco runs, yard work, Netflix. We went to friends' houses in other suburbs where the floor plans all looked weirdly similar to ours. Same open living room, same kitchen island, same hum of AC units working overtime against Texas heat. Sometimes, I would be loading the dishwasher at night, the soft whoosh of water kicking on inside its metal box, and catch myself remembering the laminated sign on that cabin door. Temporary Incident Command. The county seal that was almost right, the duct tape peeling at the corners. There were nights when I would stand in front of our own fridge, door open, cool light spilling over my bare feet, and feel a sensation like being watched. Not by a person, by a system. Somewhere between the compressor's whir and the thermostat's click, my brain would slip back to that buzzing fluorescent room, and the way the woman had said policy like a threat. Each time, I closed the fridge a little harder than necessary, turned off the kitchen light, and told myself I was being dramatic. It's over, I would think, lying in bed, listening to the ceiling fan. You're fine. People try weird scams everywhere. You were lucky. Move on. For a while, it worked. The cabin became one more story I decided not to tell at family dinners. A mental file I pushed to the back of the drawer. A thing that only showed up late at night, in the small space between the AC shutting off and the house remembering how to breathe again. Then the envelope from Colorado showed up in our mailbox. It was one of those quiet, ordinary nights that you never expect to remember. It was a Tuesday, I think. Close to 9. The house had settled into its evening routine. The living room lamp on low, the faint blue glow of the TV leaking under the bedroom door, the soft, constant whir of the AC working against the Texas humidity. In the kitchen, the only real light came from the fixture over the sink, a warm cone that turned the dishes in the drying rack into little silhouettes. I was doing what I always seemed to be doing at that hour, wiping down the counters, moving plates from the rack into cabinets, trying to pretend that keeping the kitchen tidy meant I had more control over my life than I actually did. The AC vent above the fridge hissed gently. The refrigerator itself hummed. Its compressor in that middle register I had mentally filed under background noise I never think about. Every once in a while, the ice maker would crack and drop a cube into the bin with a dull thunk. It was the soundtrack of our house. Comfortable, predictable. From the bedroom, I could hear my wife moving around. Closets opening, drawers closing. Netflix was paused in there. Some show we had been half watching together while eating. The frozen image on the screen sent a faint, shifting light out into the hall whenever she passed in front of it. I heard the front door open, then the soft slap of it closing again. Mail was still in the box. She called, her voice casual, drifting in from the entryway. I grabbed it. "Thanks," I said, rinsing out the last glass. A minute later, a small stack of envelopes and flyers appeared on the corner of the kitchen table, dropped there on her way back to the bedroom. I watched her hand place them down, fingers lingering for a second to flatten them, then disappear again around the doorway. The bedroom door pulled mostly shut, leaving just a sliver open. I finished what I was doing. Towel folded over the sink, sponge squeezed out, and returned to its dish. The house felt particularly still for some reason, as if all the machines had synchronized into the same soft volume. When I turned toward the table, the envelopes were right there, waiting in that condescending way paper has when it wants your attention. On top of the pile was a white envelope. It was standard letter size, nothing fancy. The return address was printed in that bland sans serif font offices love, clean and inoffensive. Above it, on the left side, was a logo, a grayscale mountain silhouette with a pine tree and the words Mountain Recovery Services in a ring around it. Seeing those 3 words together felt like somebody had grabbed me by the back of the neck. The kitchen light suddenly seemed too bright. The rest of the room too dim. The return address listed a town in Colorado I did not recognize. Not Pagosa Springs. Smaller, the kind of place you only ever see on a map if you zoom in too far by accident. There was a P.O. box number under it, not a street. The zip code looked right for the region, though I only knew that because my brain decided to check. "Everything okay?" My wife called from the bedroom. "Yeah," I answered, forcing my voice into something that sounded normal. "Just looking at the mail." I picked the envelope up. The paper felt a little different from our usual bills. Not heavier exactly, just tired. The upper corner, near the stamp, was slightly soft, as if it had soaked up a little moisture somewhere along the way. The faint ripple under my thumb suggested it had gone through heat and cold, air and boxes, machines and hands, before landing here on our cheap IKEA table. My name sat in the center, in clean machine-printed letters, Mr. Daniel Harper. Underneath, our address, spelled exactly right. No apartment or suite number to hide behind. No typo to dismiss this as junk. The words ATTN, account holder, floated above my name in smaller font, like a warning label. Every tiny movement of my fingers made the paper whisper. The sound of it rubbing against itself seemed disproportionately loud in the small kitchen, as if someone had turned up the volume on that one noise and dialed everything else down. Behind me, the AC cycled. The vent gave a gentle sigh as the compressor outside kicked a little harder. The refrigerator droned steadily, a dull, familiar presence at my back. I turned the envelope over. The flap was sealed with that shiny, slightly yellow glue you see on office mail. No tampering, no obvious damage. Just one clean seal all the way across. There was no important notice stamp, no red ink screaming at me. That almost made it worse. Just a logo in the corner, a P.O. box, my name, and the quiet assumption that I would open it. I stood there for a good 30 seconds, envelope in hand, not moving. Part of me wanted to toss it back on the table, bury it under pizza coupons and HOA newsletters, and pretend I had never seen it. Another part of me knew that as long as it existed, unopened, it would sit in my head like a splinter. I slid a finger under the flap. The glue had hardened on the trip. It did not give easily. The paper resisted for a second, then surrendered with a soft, sticky rip that ran along the seam. The sound was small but sharp, like the first tear in a much larger fabric. As I started to pull the flap back, the fridge behind me exhaled and then went quiet. The compressor cut off mid-cycle with a low, final click. The hum that had been filling the background of my awareness for hours vanished in an instant. The absence of that sound was like falling into a hole. The AC happened to be between cycles. The ice maker was still. The dishwasher was off. The TV in the bedroom had been paused for long enough that even its background audio was gone. The only noise left was the faint whir of the ceiling fan in the living room, and even that seemed to hesitate. For one unnaturally clean second, The kitchen was nearly perfectly silent. In that little wedge of quiet, the sound of the envelope opening was enormous. The paper crackled as I peeled the flap all the way back. The edges rasped against my fingertips, rougher than they had any right to be. The inner lining scraped against itself as I pinched it and pulled the single folded sheet inside free. It made that soft, intimate shuffling sound that you usually only hear when you are alone, the sound of paper on paper, close to your own ears. Under normal circumstances, it would have been background. In that carved-out silence, it felt loud enough to wake the neighbors. I slid the contents out slowly. The friction of the letter against the envelope walls made a long, dry sigh. The fridge, as if offended at having been overshadowed, kicked back on with a sudden grating thump that made me flinch. The compressor's rumble rushed back into the room, filling the space the quiet had left. The AC chose that exact moment to start another cycle, the vent exhaling cool air down the back of my neck. The ordinary noises of my house flooded in all at once, but they did nothing to soften the feeling that something had just slipped across my threshold. Not a person, not a ghost, a piece of that cabin. I stood at the table under the kitchen light, letter in hand, the Mountain Recovery logo staring up at me from the top of the page, and realized my trip to Colorado had not ended at the trailhead. It had followed me home in a white envelope. The letterhead was trying very hard to look official. At the top of the page, centered, was that same grayscale mountain logo, a peak, a tree, a circular border of text. The print quality was better than I expected. No obvious pixelation, no obvious stretching. Below it, in bold, all caps, Backcountry response, incident, number 4719B. Under that, in smaller font, was a line that made the skin on the back of my neck prickle. Date of incident, 06/17, 14/35/19, 10. Location, Elk Ridge. Loop Backcountry access, Archuleta County. CO subject, Harper, Daniel. Solo hiker, Texas. Those times, 14:35 to 19:10, were too accurate to be guesses. That was about when I had signed the trail register, and when I had finally rolled off that dirt lot in my Ford. Seeing it written down as if it had been monitored the whole time made my stomach flip. Below that, the page was laid out like any other invoice, itemized. Summary, operational readiness, Elk Ridge, sector personnel staging, communications readiness, ground unit positioning, vehicle deployment to backcountry access zones. 725 point reservoirs, volunteer, coordination and field safety oversight, search unit assignment, solo hiker contact, route advisement, escort from active search area, $640 incident risk, assessment and reporting. Subject interview, documentation, incident record, liaison with law enforcement partners. Ford 10. Subtotal, $1,775. Processing and administrative, $75 total. Due, $1,850. Status, outstanding. The numbers sat there in neat columns, perfectly aligned, black ink on white paper. They had taken what had felt like a trap, a performance, a pressure campaign, and boiled it down into bullet points and dollar signs. Beneath the total, in italics, was a short note. You already agreed to this. We simply finished the paperwork. My fingers tightened on the edges of the page without me realizing it. The paper crinkled slightly under the pressure. I read that line again. You already agreed to this. They were talking about that form on the table, the one with my name pre-printed at the top. The one I had signed after being walked off trail by a man who knew my information before I gave it. The one I had signed with a sheriff's truck, nowhere in sight, under buzzing lights and layered noises. They were not wrong. I had signed something. I had given them my card number, I had let them plug my phone into their power strip while they talked about policy and readiness and responsibility. Whatever this statement was, it rested on that moment like a parasite on a host. I flipped to the second page. For a second, I thought it was just a blank back, maybe some fine print. Instead, a glossy rectangle slid half out and almost onto the floor. I caught it with my thumb. It was a photograph, 4x6, full color, printed on decent stock. Not drugstore cheap, not gallery quality, somewhere in between. The kind of photo you print when you really want someone to see something. It showed the Elk Ridge trailhead. The frame captured the red dirt lot, the wooden post with the faded Elk Ridge loop, 2.6 MI one-way sign, the bear-proof trash can, and the narrow strip of trees behind it. The sky in the photo was the same pale, late afternoon blue I remembered from that day. Shadows stretched at the same angle. My Ford Escape sat dead center in the shot, at a slight diagonal, exactly where I had parked it. You could see the rental company's barcode sticker on the rear window, the tiny "no smoking" decal in the corner. The plate was legible if you squinted. In the bottom left of the image, near the signboard, was a man in a gray jacket and jeans with his back half turned to the camera, head bent slightly over the trail register. Me. I was caught in the act of writing my name, pen somewhere mid-stroke. My left hand braced the clipboard. My right hand hovered with the pen. The angle of my shoulders, the line of my neck. Every detail made it obvious, even from behind, that this was me, not just some random hiker. The perspective of the shot was wrong for anything I remembered. It was taken from a higher vantage point, slightly off to one side, as if the photographer had been standing halfway up the opposite slope, using a telephoto lens. You could tell, from the way the background compressed, the trees behind the lot looking closer than they should have. The distance flattened everything into one plane. My car, the sign, me. That vantage point was not anywhere I had stood, not on the way in, not on the way out. The opposite hillside had looked thick with brush and young pines, not like a place you casually clamber up in boots and a jacket to take pictures of strangers. The more I stared, the more the details settled like small stones in my gut. On the back window of the Ford, in the upper right corner, the reflection of the sky was broken by a darker shape. At first, I thought it was just a tree. Then I noticed the outline was too straight on one side, too curved on another. I brought the photo closer to my face, the kitchen light glancing off its surface. In the reflection, slightly warped by the glass but still recognizable, was the faint image of a person standing just out of the direct frame, behind where the camera would have been. A cap brim cut a dark line across the reflected sky. Below it, a suggestion of a face. One arm was raised, holding something long and narrow pointed toward the lot, either a camera with a big lens or binoculars. It was hard to tell through the layers of reflection, but the pose was unmistakable. Whoever they were, they had been watching me while I signed the register. My skin crawled. I looked back at the statement. Under the itemized list, there was a block of contact information. There was a phone number, a fax line, an email address, billingamountainrecovery.co, and at the very bottom, a URL. To view your statement and pay online, visit https://mountainrecovery.co, pay $47.19b. Next to it, in the lower right corner of the page, was a QR code. Just a square of black and white blocks, small and precise. It sat there innocently, the way all QR codes do, inviting any curious phone to look deeper. I knew I should not. I knew that scamming etiquette 101 says, do not visit the link. But part of me needed to know how far this went. Whether this was two people and a laptop in an old cabin, or something bigger that had escaped into the network. I set the photo down carefully on the table, face up, and grabbed my phone. For a long, dumb second, I stared at the camera app icon, thinking about that cable in the cabin, about the glimpse of my banking notification, about how small the inReach had felt in my hand. Then I opened the camera and pointed it at the QR code. The phone recognized it instantly. A little yellow frame appeared around the square, and a banner slid down from the top of the screen. Open mountainrecovery.co in browser. I tapped it. The website loaded faster than I expected. No broken SSL warnings, no weird redirects. Just a clean, modern landing page with a minimalist design. White background, muted blues and grays, crisp typography. At the top was the same mountain logo, sharpened for digital. Next to it, in simple letters, Mountain Recovery Services, Incident Support, and Backcountry Billing. Below that, in bold, was my incident number, Duvers 4719B. Welcome back, Daniel Harper, the text underneath said. You can review your statement and complete your contribution below. There was a tidy little breakdown that matched the paper exactly. Operational readiness, volunteer coordination, risk assessment, administrative. Each line had a small I icon next to it that you could click for more detail. I clicked one at random. A pop-up appeared with text about resource allocation, risk thresholds, and duty rosters. It was boilerplate, corporate, weirdly polished. At the bottom of the page was a large, inviting button in a gentle blue. Pay now, $1,250. Under it, in smaller font, were secondary options. Set up a payment plan, request hardship consideration, upload supporting documents. The site looked more professional than that cabin had ever felt. Hey, my wife called from the bedroom, her voice muffled. You coming to bed soon? That new episode finally loaded. In a minute, I said. My voice sounded wrong to my own ears. Just finishing something. The cursor blinked in the address bar at the top of the screen, patiently. The Pay Now button sat in the center of the page, like it had all the time in the world. The cabin might have been dark now. Hank might have vanished into whatever back room he used as an exit. The laminated sign might be peeling somewhere, the duct tape giving out in the mountain air. Maybe the sheriff's office had gone back up there and found an empty building and a lot of footprints. But the system they had plugged me into was alive and functioning, down here, inside my phone, inside my bank's network, inside the everyday web I use to order socks and pay the electric bill. The envelope in my hand, the photo on the table, the website on my screen. They were all different faces of the same thing. A structure someone had built in the cracks between official and private, between help and harm. I locked my phone and set it face down next to the letter. In the silence between my thumb hitting the button and the fridge deciding to kick on again, I could almost hear a faint echo of that cabin hum. The neon, the generator, the low, persistent whine of something that does not really care whether you think it is legitimate or not. It just needs you to press pay now. For a few days, the letter lived on the end of our dining table like an unwelcome guest. I would come home from work, drop my keys in the bowl by the door, and there it would be. White paper, Mountain Recovery logo, incident number staring up at me. My wife thought it was just some boring tax thing. I let her think that. I slid a couple of grocery ads over it when we had people over, as if you could smother a system under coupons for frozen pizza. Ignoring it worked for about 72 hours. On the fourth morning, I woke up with that kind of sour dread in my stomach that does not care if you have coffee yet. The dog's collar jingled as my wife fed him. The AC cycled on. The house was doing its usual morning routine, but my head was still stuck in the fluorescent glare of that cabin, in the reflection of a man with a cap in the back window of my rental car. By lunch, I had made up my mind. There was a small law office a few blocks from where I worked, tucked between a nail salon and a payday loan place. I had walked past it 100 times and never given it more than a glance. The sign in the window said Smith and Castillo, General Practice, in gold letters that had started to flake. I called them from my car during my break. "Yeah, we can look at a letter," the receptionist said, sounding only mildly interested. "Consultation's $50 if it's under half an hour." $50 to have someone smarter than me tell me if I was being shaken down or paranoid felt like a bargain. The waiting room was exactly what you would expect from a strip mall law office. 2 rows of chairs upholstered in fake leather that tried to pass as brown, but mostly read as dark. A coffee table in the middle stacked with 6-month-old magazines. People, Sports Illustrated, something about home renovations. In one corner, a small TV mounted high on the wall played a local news station on low volume. The anchor's mouth moved silently half the time, sound drifting in and out on some delayed cable schedule. The air smelled faintly of new paper and carpet cleaner, with a sharper undercurrent of toner from the printer whirring behind the reception desk. The receptionist handed me a clipboard without really looking at me. "Fill this out," she said. "They'll call you back." Name, address, phone, email. Everywhere I went, someone was hungry for the same 4 pieces of information. When I finished, I sat and watched a story about a house fire in a neighborhood that looked uncomfortably like mine. Red lights, hoses, a reporter standing in front of a charred door explaining that no one was home when the blaze started. "Mr. Harper?" a voice called. The lawyer was younger than I expected. Mid-30s maybe, tie slightly askew, hair doing that thing where it was styled in the morning and had given up by noon. His office was a small rectangle with 2 chairs, a desk, and a window that looked out on the parking lot. A framed diploma hung crooked on one wall. "So," he said, closing the door behind me. "You said you had a weird bill from out of state?" "Yeah," I said, sitting down and pulling the envelope and the pages out of my bag. I don't even know if bill is the right word. It's from a company in Colorado called Mountain Recovery. Says it's for some kind of backcountry incident. I was in Colorado a few months ago, but..." I trailed off, realizing how quickly this would sound insane if I tried to pack the whole story into one breath. Cabin, fake command post, sheriff bursting in, SOS going to the wrong inbox. "Let me see," he said. I handed him the first page, the one with the logo, the incident number, the itemized list. He leaned back in his chair and scanned it, lips moving just slightly as he read. His eyes flicked down the page, then back up, then down again. He flipped to the second page. The photo slid into view. He studied it for a second. "That you?" he asked. "Yeah," I said. "At the trailhead. I didn't know anyone was taking pictures." He made a non-committal sound and set the photo aside. "Well, I'm not your Colorado guy," he said, "but on its face, this looks a lot more like a debt collection play than anything criminal." They've got your info. They've got your signature. They've got something that looks very much like you agreeing to. Something. He tapped the italic line with his finger. You already agreed to this. We simply finished the paperwork. Did you sign something up there? He asked. I exhaled slowly. Yeah, I said, after a lot of pressure. They made it sound like a safety form. Like if I didn't, I'd be causing trouble for whoever was lost. They said it was policy. They had a sign, radios, maps. It looked official, and I was in the middle of nowhere with no cell service. He nodded, not unsympathetic. Okay, so here's the thing, he said. Even if the way they got you to sign is sketchy, coercive, whatever, you're not going to jail over an unpaid invoice like this. Worst case, they send it to collections. It dings your credit a bit, and you end up fighting it with letters and maybe a small claims hassle. Best case, it's a scare tactic, and they move on when you don't pay. He leaned forward, elbows on his desk. My off-the-clock advice? He said. Do not send them money. Don't call. Don't engage beyond what you're already doing. If they start blowing up your phone or your inbox, bring it back, and we can talk about something more formal. But a single letter from a weird incident billing vendor in another state? I've seen worse. Treat it like junk unless a judge or an actual state agency gets involved. What about the sheriff? I asked. I talked to a deputy up there. He told me to forward anything I got to their office. Should I? That you can do, he said. Scan it, email it, whatever address they gave you. Let them decide if it's something they want to poke at. But from your side, no payments. No good faith partials. You do that, you're basically telling them you accept the debt. He slid the papers back across the desk toward me. This looks like a scam, he said. A sophisticated one, sure, but still a scam. They can send as many letters as they want. Doesn't make it real. It was meant to be reassuring. I paid my $50, walked back out past the fake leather chairs and the humming TV, and stepped into the bright, flat parking lot light. The heat shoved against my face like a wet hand. I sat in my car for a minute with the AC blasting, letter on my lap, and felt not reassured exactly, just redirected. On my lunch break the next day, I scanned the statement and the photo and attached them to an email addressed to the contact address on the deputy's card. Subject, possible fraudulent incident billing. Elk Ridge, mountain recovery. I kept the body simple. Brief description of my hike, the cabin, the sheriff's intervention, the envelope that had just arrived. I asked if Mountain Recovery had any official relationship with their office, or if I should consider the invoice fraudulent. I hit send, watched the little paper airplane icon shoot off into digital nothing. A few minutes later, an auto reply bounced back. Thank you for contacting the Archuleta County Sheriff's Office. This inbox is monitored during normal business hours. If this is an emergency, please call 911. For records requests, please visit our website at... The paragraph went on, listing fax numbers, forms, office hours. Nowhere in the canned response did the words mountain recovery or incident billing appear. Just the bland language of a system too busy to care about one person in another state. I checked that inbox every day for a week. Nothing. I called once, waited on hold for 20 minutes listening to a looped message about how your call is important to us. Then hung up when a coworker pinged me about a meeting I was already late for. Life did what it does. It layered other problems on top. A week after I sent the email, I started getting messages in my regular inbox with subject lines like, "You may qualify for debt relief, struggling with unexpected medical or incident bills. We can help stop harassing calls before they start." The senders were generic: financial support team, debt help solutions, backcountry relief program. That one made my stomach twist. Some went straight to spam. Some slipped into my main inbox. The logos were different, the phrasing similar. Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe some data broker somewhere had sold my email to 10 companies at once. Maybe my late-night web searches about backcountry rescue billing Colorado legal had triggered an ad profile that could now smell vulnerability on me from 3 states away. Or maybe the moment I typed my email address into mountainrecovery.co and checked my incident details, it had slid into a list somewhere that said, "Potential payer, target gently." Either way, it added a layer of noise over everything. On one hand, I had a local lawyer telling me to ignore the bill. On the other, I had a sheriff's office that, as far as I could tell, was too busy or too understaffed to even respond, let alone say, "Yes, this is a scam," or worse. Actually, they're in some gray area of contract law, and you might technically owe them. In the middle, there was me, a guy who had spent one afternoon on a trail in Colorado, and now could not shake the feeling that some system out there, half legitimate and half not, had a file with his name, his face, his license plate, his card number, and his home address on it. At night, when the house went quiet and the AC cycled off for that one, almost imperceptible beat, I would lie there and imagine lines on a map. Not hiking trails this time, data trails. One line from that cabin's laptop to the billing office in some small Colorado town. Another from my credit card company to some processing gateway with recovery in its name. Another from my InReach SOS to a coordination center that had local partners plugged into its back end. The lawyer had called it a scam. The sheriff, in the one real conversation we had called it something between a civil mess and a creative interpretation of policy. Sitting in my quiet Texas bedroom, listening to the fridge in the kitchen kick on and off, I realized I did not know where one ended and the other began. It happened on a night that should have been completely forgettable. No storm. No weird sounds outside. Just a regular, slightly stale Tuesday in a Dallas living room. My wife had gone to bed early with a headache. The TV was off for once. The only light came from the floor lamp next to the couch, casting a soft yellow cone over the coffee table and my laptop. The rest of the room was shadows and familiar shapes. The AC vent in the ceiling above the hallway pushed out a steady stream of cool air, a constant whisper. Every so often, the plastic diffuser would click faintly as it expanded and contracted from the temperature change. Outside, through the closed windows, a tree scraped its branches lightly against the siding when the wind caught it just right. That soft, dry brush sound, like someone dragging fingers along the house. I had decided, for reasons that now feel almost staged, that it was the perfect night to clean out my digital life. Old emails. Subscriptions I no longer remembered signing up for. Newsletters from stores I had visited once 5 years ago. The slow accumulation of small, useless messages that sits in everyone's inbox like sediment. I sat cross-legged on the couch, laptop balanced on my knees, deleting marketing blasts and password reset confirmations. My eyes glazed over subject lines. Your order is on its way. Don't miss this sale. We've updated our privacy policy. I clicked, skimmed, trashed. At some point, just to break the monotony, I started typing random words into the search bar to see what came up. Colorado. A handful of automated hotel receipts, one airline confirmation. Elk Ridge. Nothing. Sheriff. Only some spammy fake donation request and a forwarded meme about speeding tickets for my cousin. Then, almost as a joke, I typed, "In reach." The search spun for a second. Then a small list popped up. Most of them set up emails from when I first registered the device. Firmware updates, new features, announcements. But one stood out. Subject, incident report, SOS activation, ticket ID, Fambur. The date on it was from the week I had been in Colorado. The sender was something like noreplygarmensos.com, one of those addresses you never think to open because you assume it is either a receipt or something technical you do not need. My stomach dropped a little. I clicked it. The email opened into a plain, structured report. No fancy branding, just text, a few basic tables, a couple of small graphics showing coordinates. At the top, "Dear user, this email is a copy of the incident report associated with your recent SOS activation." Below that, in bold, "Device, InReach Mini, registered to Daniel Harper. Date, 06/17/1824, 13 UTC. SOS activation, manual, long press." The timestamp hit harder than it should have. 1824. That matched the streak of light outside the cabin door in my memory. The way the sky had been slipping into evening when I knelt in that hallway and pressed the button. The report continued, line by line, clinical and precise. Initial message, not official. Old cabin near Elk Ridge. Send real police. GPS location, first fix. 37 Tunsuzalang S. Green, 106 Night Koduri Studuri. Location description, system. Near Forest Service Road, south of Elk Ridge Loop Trailhead, Archuleta County, CO. Further down, it listed the contact chain. Primary routing, Garmin IERCC, International Emergency Response Coordination Center. Action, taken. Location verified via GPS. Automated query to user device. What is the nature of your emergency? No response logged. SOS forwarded to PSAP, Public Safety Answering Point, associated with coordinates. Forwarded to Archuleta County 911 Dispatch Center. I scrolled slowly, absorbed despite myself. It was like reading a log of someone else's panic. My panic, translated into timestamps and jargon. A few more lines described the follow-up attempts, the eventual closure when local law enforcement reported subject safe, on scene, and the SOS was marked as resolved. Seeing those words written out made me feel weirdly small. I almost closed the email there. I had seen enough to know the system had at least done the basics. Verified, forwarded, logged. For a second, that felt good. Like some part of what I thought should have happened actually had. Then my eye caught a heading near the bottom of the message in smaller, gray font. Partner notification. I froze. Under it, the text was faint, almost an afterthought. Incident details forwarded to registered local partner per service agreement. Mountain Recovery Services, LLC. The name sat there in that calm, nonchalant font. Just another line in a long list of what the system considered actions taken. No bold, no warning flag, just a fact. I reread it slowly. Incident details forwarded to registered local partner. Mountain Recovery Services, LLC. The words on the paper bill flashed in my head. Mountain Recovery Services. The logo in the corner of the envelope. The email domain on the form. in mountainrecovery.co, the portal that had greeted me cheerfully by name. I scrolled back up to double-check. There it was again, near the top. The status line for forwarding to Peace app, and below it, the note. Additional notification. Local partner per coverage agreement. I had skimmed past it the first time, brain too focused on the word 911. My house chose that exact moment to take a breath. The AC fan cut off mid-exhale. The vent that had been whispering above my head went still. The refrigerator in the kitchen, which had been humming quietly under everything else, clicked and went silent. Even the little, annoying rattle in the hallway closet, the one the water heater always made, stopped. There was no gentle ramp down, no gradual fading of sound. 1 second, the machines of my life were all doing their background work. The next, nothing. The quiet dropped over the room like someone had pulled the plug on the world. I could still hear a couple of small things. The faint tick of the wall clock in the dining area. The distant rush of a car on the street outside. But inside the house, within these walls, there was one clean, perfect second where every artificial noise lined up and shut off together. My laptop fan, which I had not even been aware of, spun down just enough for me to notice, then held. I sat there, staring at the line on the screen, Mountain Recovery Services LLC, while my living room turned into that hallway in the cabin, just for a heartbeat. The same carved-out silence, the same sense that something was leaning in. Then, as suddenly as it had gone, the world turned back on. The AC unit in the attic kicked back to life with a thump and a rushing sigh. Air began to pour through the vent again, as if nothing had happened. In the kitchen, the refrigerator's compressor started up mid-cycle, a low, throat-clearing growl. Somewhere down the hall, the water heater resumed its low, intermittent clicks. The house resumed breathing. On my laptop screen, nothing had changed. The email still sat there. The text was the same. The little timestamp in the corner still counted forward in quiet digital seconds. The line under partner notification still listed Mountain Recovery, like it had all along. Only now I understood what that meant. The Garmin had done exactly what it advertised. It had found my coordinates. It had forwarded my SOS to the right 911 center. It had logged my terrified little message about not official and send real police, and in the same breath, in the same neat, programmed routine, it had also forwarded the details to a registered local partner, a company that had set up an unofficial command cabin, printed half-fake forms, extracted my information, and then mailed me a bill 3 months later. They had not hacked anything. They did not have to. They were already plugged into the system I had thought would save me. I want to be really clear about something before you decide what to do with this. I am not sitting here in my living room, talking into a mic, trying to convince you this is some huge national conspiracy. I am not saying every search and rescue team is corrupt, or that every deputy in a small county is in on some racket. The sheriff who showed up at that cabin saved me from signing a lot more than a piece of paper, whether he knew it or not. Most people who pull bodies off mountains or find lost hikers in the dark are just people. Underpaid, tired, doing a job that still means something to them. I know that. This is not about them. This is about a feeling I cannot shake. Because from my side of the story, I did what you are supposed to do. That is what bothers me the most. I did not wander off trail drunk. I did not go out there in flip-flops or without water. I signed the trail register. I carried a map on my phone and a backup on paper. My wife made me buy the inReach because we both grew up on those news stories about hiker vanished, no cell service, no way to call for help. I did the responsible thing. When I pressed that red SOS button in that crappy little hallway, I honestly believed I was speaking to one place, some clean, central point where grown-ups who knew what they were doing would see the message, see the coordinates, and send the right people. And part of that did happen. The log proves it. The 911 center got pinged. A deputy drove his truck up a road he probably wishes he could forget. The official system heard me. But the same system, in the same breath, heard me somewhere else too. It did not ask if I wanted that. It did not check with me if I was okay with some registered local partner getting a copy of my panic. It just forwarded. Because some contract, somewhere, written in small print between a satellite company and a private vendor, said that is what it should do. So my SOS did not just go to real sheriff. It also went to the people who built a neon buzzing cabin in the woods, printed forms with a .co email address, and later mailed a bill to my house with a photo of me signing my name at the trailhead. And when I look at that email from Garmin now, and I see partner notification, Mountain Recovery Services, LLC, sitting underneath, forwarded to County 911 Dispatch, it feels less like an error and more like design. You might be listening to this in bed right now, phone on your nightstand, AC purring above you. Maybe your thermostat light is glowing soft yellow in the dark, just bright enough to outline the corner of a picture frame on your wall. Your fridge in the kitchen kicks on and off, and you do not even notice anymore. That low, steady hum of a sealed box working hard to keep milk cold for one more day. Or maybe you are in your car, parked at the edge of a half-empty lot outside your apartment, engine idling, heater or AC going, this video playing over Bluetooth. Street lights throw that sodium orange glow over the hood, and every time someone opens or closes a door somewhere in the complex, you see a little flash in your side mirror. Or you might be on a sagging couch in a small apartment, laptop balanced on your knees, window cracked just enough to let in the sound of traffic, horns 3 streets over, the swish of tires on wet pavement, the distant siren that is never quite close enough to worry you. The fridge behind you coughs and settles. The pipes in the wall click when someone upstairs runs water. Wherever you are, there is a soundtrack to your life. Machines, systems, little pieces of infrastructure you never think about until one of them breaks. If you ever buy one of those little satellite beacons, an inReach, a Spot, whatever brand, so your family can sleep better when you disappear into some canyon or up some ridge, just remember this. You do not really control who hears you when you press that red button. The marketing tells you one story, clean diagrams, arrows from you to emergency center to local responders, smiling hikers shaking hands with sheriff's deputies and brochures. The log I read in my inbox told me another one. There were 2 arrows that day. One went where I hoped it would. The other went somewhere I would never have chosen if you had given me a list. You can tell yourself that what happened to me was a fluke. Wrong county, wrong year, wrong combination of budget cuts and creative opportunists. You can say, that would not happen where I live. Our people are honest. Maybe you are right. I am not telling you to stop hiking. I am not telling you to stop carrying a beacon. I am not telling you to never trust a rescue worker in a uniform or a patch that looks almost like one. I am just saying, there are systems living in the gaps now, between private and public, between help and profit, between for your safety and for our billing department. And you will not see them until something goes wrong and you hit a button, and somewhere far away a server wakes up and quietly forwards your fear to more than one inbox. There is one more thing I want you to notice. Tonight, whenever you finally turn this off and try to sleep, every house, every apartment, every car has a moment when everything pauses at the same time. In bed, it might be the second when your AC cycles off and the fridge just happens to be in between compressor runs. The fan on your nightstand takes a breath. The neighbor's TV upstairs clicks off. For that sliver of time, all the man-made noise in your place falls away. In a car, it might be when you turn the key to the off position, but have not opened the door yet. Engine dead. Heater or AC done. Radio off. No seatbelt chime, no blinker, just the shell of the vehicle and whatever seeps in from outside. In an apartment, it might be when the washing machine finishes its spin and has not started beeping. The dishwasher has not yet groaned into its drying cycle, and the boiler is satisfied for once. The hum stops. The walls go still. It does not last long. A second, maybe two. Enough for your brain to notice that something is missing. In my house, that moment happens most nights just after midnight. The AC shuts off with a soft thump. The fridge shudders and goes quiet. The little constant tick in the water heater closet takes a break. If the dog is sleeping, even his collar stops jingling. For that 1 second, the only sound is my own breathing and the blood in my ears. That is when I hear it most. The tiny, dry sound from the dining room drawer, where I keep the white envelope and the photograph of my car on the red dirt lot. It is never loud, just a faint, papery shift, like something settling, like a corner curling, like a stack of pages being nudged half an inch farther into alignment. I tell myself it is just the house moving, or the AC ducts contracting, or the paper changing shape when the temperature drops and the compressor wakes back up. But some nights, when the silence hits just right, it feels less like the envelope is shifting on its own, and more like somewhere, in a cabin or an office, or a server rack I will never see, someone is still updating my file.